Okay, good. Folks, we've got a green light. That means we can start the meeting, and we will start the meeting now. Well, good evening, everybody, and welcome to the Edina City Council meeting. It is Tuesday, June 18th, 2024, 7:03 p.m. And I think Director Benarott just went through the manner in which we're conducting our meetings these days. Actually, during COVID and post-COVID, we've been doing meetings in a hybrid sort of fashion. That means people can be here with us at City Hall, or they can participate remotely. And they can participate in community comment and the public hearing portion of the agenda. And there's a couple different ways that they can do that. They might be watching on cable TV or edinamn.gov live meetings or on Facebook. And if so, they're going to want to make sure that they call in on the following number. They're going to put that number up on the screen. And that's a protocol for getting to the City Council if you're tuning in virtually. And want to speak to the council either during community comment or during the 3 public hearings that we have this evening. You can call that number. And I would just caution you that public comment will come up fairly quickly in the agenda. And so be prepared and have those numbers well in hand, and maybe be calling now, as a matter of fact. So having provided information, I'm going to call the meeting to order, and I'm going to ask our clerk, Sharon Allison, to call the roll. Clerk Allison.
Councilmember Agnew.
Here.
Councilmember Jackson.
Here.
Councilmember Pierce.
Here.
Councilmember Risser.
Here.
Mayor Hovland.
Here. Next is the Pledge of Allegiance.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thanks, everyone. And we have a form of meeting agenda that's been published both to members of the council and to the public in general. Anyone on staff or on the council that wishes to modify the meeting agenda in any form? All right. Is there a motion to approve the meeting agenda as published?
So moved.
Second.
Member Jackson moves. Member Pierce seconds the adoption of the meeting agenda for the City Council meeting this 18th day of June 2024 is published. Any further discussion? All those in favor of adopting the meeting agenda say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Carried. Now we are at community comment. So I'll have that number put back up on the screen. But in the meantime, we're going to go to folks in the audience first that may want to address the council on a matter of concern to them. And remember, it can't pertain to something else on the agenda this evening or to a future matter that's been set for a future public hearing. But other than that, we're certainly welcome to hear your comments or your concerns. We have residents that appear, it seems like every meeting, with something that they wish to share with the council. And as our practice, our city manager will deal with some of those comments that were made at the last meeting that were also dealt with online within 3 days after the council meeting was held. So let me ask if anyone in the audience wishes to come forward and address the council in the community comment portion of the agenda, covering something that's not on the agenda this evening or scheduled for a future public hearing. Seeing no one coming forward and hearing nothing, Director Benarott, do we have anybody online that wishes to discuss the matter of concern?
I do have people on the line tonight. No one is signaling a desire to speak. As a reminder, to let me know that you want to speak, you need to press the star or asterisk key, then the number 3 on your telephone keypad. That's the asterisk symbol, then the number 3. That will put you in the queue to speak. I'm still not seeing anyone. It's possible they're on for your public hearings. I would recommend that we wait 1 minute or so since there's a slight delay in the broadcast. So I will come back to you at 7:06 or when I have someone signal, whichever's first. It is now 7:06, and I still don't have anyone signaling to speak, so I think it's safe for you to move forward with your agenda.
Thank you for that. All right, let's move on to the next portion of the agenda, which is the consent agenda. There are numerous items on the consent portion of the agenda that are typically handled in a single motion unless someone on the council wishes to remove an item from the consent agenda. Is there anyone on the council who wishes to remove an item from the consent agenda? All right. Hearing nothing, is there a motion to adopt the items on the consent agenda in a single motion?
So moved.
Member
Second.
Jackson moves, Member Pierce seconds the adoption of the items on the consent agenda in a single motion. Any further discussion? All those in favor of adoption of the items on the consent agenda in a single motion, say aye.
Aye.
Aye, opposed, carried. Items on the consent agenda are adopted and approved. And then we're on to special recognitions and presentations. I wonder if we have, oh, good. We have been trying to get all of the champions that we've had at Edina High School here to City Hall for meetings over the period of time before the school year ended. Well, we had too many winners, and we ran out of time before school ended to get them all here. But we do have, I think, the state high school badminton team, which was the first place team in the state badminton competition, and would like to have them come forward if they can. The members that are here, if you want to come forward and be recognized. This is the state meet varsity team. Margot and Steve Henke were the coaches, and I'm going to let the coach walk. Congratulations, ladies. Why don't we we'll take a photo, and then we'll have the council come down with us. Second consecutive year, I think, isn't it? It is. That's correct. Winning the state. We're going to do it tight. Yes.
Let's try two rows. Do some of you mind? Thank you. Way to be a leader. All right, Councilmember Risser, there we go. You don't hit, no, I'm not asking you to. I just wanted you to get closer. Couple more. And one for social right away. All right, thank you so much.
All right, now, who's your captain? Captain? Captain, would you like to say anything?
You come over here.
And you have to use the podium. You can practice a little bit. Practice a little public speaking.
Sam is also one of the number one doubles team in the state. They won the state championship in individual.
This one will. I'm just going to take a picture. Go ahead. Yep.
And then let us know, identify yourself, please.
Hi, I'm Coach Steve Henke. Margot and I have sort of piloted this runaway train for the last 13 years. As our youngest daughter, it was her vision to start the team. She went through, actually, I believe the school board, the athletic department, to actually get a varsity badminton team at Edina, and we started in 2011. And this is a great culmination of all that hard work, and these girls are exceptional athletes, and just really, it was also an undefeated season, which was quite amazing. Doesn't really happen that way very often. So, yeah, really an exciting season. Kind of an easy season for me. Last year was difficult because we were trying to strategize, and this year we truly were the best team all season, and all they had to do was play their game, and they did a great job. Margot has been running the show. I simply show up and go, change this a little. She's really the...
Captain's comfortable in speaking at all?
Yeah, come on, guys.
This season was really fun and everyone worked really hard, and I just appreciate the recognition for us because I know sometimes I tell people I play badminton and they're just surprised we even have a sport at the school. So just appreciate you inviting us here, and we had lots of fun.
And Director Bennerup has a prestigious gift for you. A car coaster.
It's not just a car coaster. It has this lovely little note that says, no matter where you travel, know your hometown is proud of you. Congratulations on your state championship.
Thanks for being here.
Absolutely.
Congratulations.
I got so enthusiastic about getting to the volleyball team, or the badminton team, excuse me, the high school badminton team, that I forgot to go to Manager Neal, who will give us the responses from the last meeting. I think we had a couple of residents that were here with some concerns, as I recall. And
We had a couple of comments, but we had no questions, so
Okay.
we don't usually respond to comments.
all right, good. All right, now, next in this portion of the agenda, special recognitions and presentations beyond the badminton team. We're going to go to our annual comprehensive financial report for the year ended December 31, 2023. And our finance director, Pa Tao, has the introduction here, and I'll leave it up to her to make the introductions and we'll get the report. Before we get to the formal presentation, I think you've got some folks you want to introduce that are new to the staff.
Can you guys hear me?
Not real well.
I don't think this is on either.
I just got to get over there, I think.
Oh, okay.
I'm not sure about that guy,
All right, can you guys hear me now? Okay,
That's good.
so I have with me not just our auditors, but I also have some staff from our finance department that I want to introduce to you all. If you guys could stand up and join me up here. I have with me Nellie Chick, our assistant finance director. She's been with us since the end of May. So recent. She comes to us from Metropolitan Economic Development Authority. Prior to that, she was with St. Paul Port Authority. And then to my left, over here, I have Tenzin Dong-Chong. He is our accounting coordinator. He's been with us since, I want to say, February of 23. Yeah. So these two, plus the finance department, has been a crucial part as far as putting the ACFR together, as well as not just the finance department, but all the departments within the city as well. It's a group effort. So I just want to introduce them to you all.
Thank you. Yeah. Welcome. Yeah. Nice to have you here.
And then I also have our auditors, like I said. With us here tonight from Clifton Larson Ellen, we have Lance Lowinger, a director from CLA, or Clifton Larson Ellen, and then we have Lucas Chase, a director who also worked on our city audit for fiscal year 2023. They will be presenting the audit on fiscal year 23. Lance and Lucas.
Good evening, gentlemen. Welcome.
Thank you for having us here tonight. We're pleased to present this year's audit results. First off, I'd like to thank Pa and her team. As she mentioned, they do all the prep work for the audit and ACFR. It's a lot of work to put all of that together and to prepare for us. And then when we come in asking questions and digging through things, it's a lot of back and forth. So we really appreciate her and her team in helping us complete the audit as efficiently as possible. Tonight we have just a brief presentation just to kind of go through some things. I have just an agenda here, so we'll go through some required communications, the audit results, some high-level financial results for this year, and then we have a few other items, just changes that are coming in the government accounting world, things like that, that'll be impacting the city in the future. So first up, just some required communications. Just note that the audit provides reasonable but not absolute assurance. We're not able to test every transaction that occurs during the year. We do what's referred to as a risk-based audit approach. We do an assessment of risky areas and do sampling and things like that over those areas to get a reasonable level of assurance. It's not absolute. Pa and her staff would not want us to be here as long as it would take to go through every transaction. Just note that the financial statements are built on certain estimates. There is one to call out that's we consider a significant estimate, and that's for other post-employment benefits. So you'll see that liability within the financial statements. This year, there were 2 new accounting policies that were implemented. Last year, we had a big one as well. You probably would note there was one for leases. This year, we had a similar one in what's referred to as GASB 96, subscription-based information technology arrangements. So for these, there was, for anything, IT subscription, there was, we capitalized an asset and a liability, a related liability for those. So that did impact the financial statements this year. The other one that was implemented this year, there was an assessment done was GASB 94, public-private and public-public partnerships and availability payment arrangements. That was implemented this year, but it had no impact on the financial statements. There were no agreements that applied to that. A couple of additional things we're required to let you know about. So we did have one item that rose to the level of uncorrected misstatement. This isn't something that's material. It was related to compensated absences in the golf and liquor funds. As part of that calculation, you also need to accrue for payroll taxes and that type of thing. Usually those balances aren't material, so you don't even have to assess for them. This year, just based on the level of the compensated absences, those were required to be calculated in, but due to the work that it would take to implement them and add them into the financial statements, not considered necessary or changes the outcome of the financial statements at all. It is not something that's material, so something that does not need to be corrected. There were also a couple of what we consider corrected misstatements. So these do rise to a level where something came up during the audit and that just require an adjustment. One just related to accounts payable. There was an adjustment for $582,000, and it should actually say this is related to the arena and debt service funds, just for some payments that were accrued back that weren't necessary to accrue back into fiscal year 23. The other one was related to revenue in the arena fund, just matching up and reclassing some revenue from the golf fund into the arena fund just to get those into the correct bucket there. If there was anything that came up during the year that raised any difficulties for the audit, we'd be required to let you know. Glad to communicate that there was nothing that difficult that arose. And if we had any disagreements with management, we'd also be required to let you know. Glad to report no disagreements this year for the financial statement audit. Audit results. Audit opinion. This year we are issuing an unmodified or clean audit opinion for the December 31st, 2023 financial statements. That is the best, highest level audit opinion we can give to any Minnesota government entity. Internal controls over financial reporting. We did have one item that came up just related to those audit adjustments. So we had a material weakness for material audit adjustments for those adjustments that were made during the audit. As part of our testing this year, when you have over $750,000 in federal expenditures, you're required to undergo a federal single audit. This year we tested the SLFRF program, similar to last year. And this year we did have one item that came up in testing there. So we have a material weakness over internal controls over compliance and other matters for procurement. There were two items that we tested, and they actually fell right at the beginning of the year. We tested the same program last year, and as a result, there was a new policy over federal programs that was implemented by the city. Unfortunately, these two items that we tested happened before that policy was implemented, so it's really something that happened before the new policy kicked off for the year. And then lastly here, this Minnesota legal compliance. As part of the audit, there's checklists that are provided by the OSA that were required to go through over 7 different areas. It's quite a large range of things to check for compliance with Minnesota legal statutes, everything from bid laws to prompt payment of bills, that type of thing. During our testing, there were 2 things that we noted. One was for prompt payment of bills, or what we refer to as 35-day finding. Bills are required to be paid within 35 days of receipt. And this year, there was one item that came up. This is by far the most common thing that we see. It can happen for various reasons. An invoice doesn't make it to the finance department, for example, in a timely fashion. This year, I think it was a result of just an internal software glitch, timing-wise, on how payments are processed. So nothing else came up there. And then lastly, there was a broker certificate that was missed being signed. It's just required that any brokers that the city uses, there's a requirement to have a certificate signed annually, and I think it missed the dates when it was signed there. So, all right, next up, I'll go through a few financial slides, and then I'll hand things over to Lucas to go through the rest of the financials and also kind of wrap up our presentation. This first slide is just looking at the general fund. This is your main operating fund that houses all your kind of day-to-day activity. Looking over the last 5 years and showing the changes in your unassigned fund balance. That's the portion of your fund balance that you have discretion over. It's not tied up for any other uses or purposes. Your total expenditures and your total revenues. Looking at revenues for the year in your general fund, they came in at around $58 million. That was up about $3.1 million from 2022 and came in about 6% over your budget for the year. And we'll go into look at kind of what makes up those revenues here on the next slide. Expenditures for the year came in at $55,888,000. That was up about $3.3 million from 2022 and about 1% over your budget. And your unassigned fund balance came in at $21,240,000. That was up about $1.3 million. And that makes up about, we always do a comparison as compared to your expenditures just to show how much, of your fund balance you have to cover expenses in case of an emergency. It made up about 38% of your year's expenditures, which is consistent with what we saw last year as well. Next is the general fund revenues over the last 5 years, and these graphs just show you kind of the main pieces of what makes up your general fund revenue. Obviously, of that $58 million, taxes make up the biggest portion of that revenue. Your tax revenue came in at just over $40 million for the year. That was up about $2.7 million from 2022, or a 7% increase. You'll notice a couple other ones to note. Just your license and permits saw a decrease of about $1.7 million, coming in roughly $5.6 million for the year, but did end up greater than what was budgeted by about $164,000. Just a lot more activity in 2022 for licenses and permits there. And then the other one that saw kind of a significant change, you'll notice that other revenue category showed a significant increase. Really, that other revenue category is about $2.1 million. And really, the big change is investment income in 2022, and investments, just because of the market rates, things like that, saw actually a decrease in value, but of about 1.1 million. But those investment values obviously are increasing with increased interest rates and things like that. So we actually had investment revenue of about 1.3 million this year. So that's what's causing that large increase there. Next up is your general fund expenditures. Again, totaling $55,888,000. That was up about 6.4% from 2022. You know, really what we're looking for here is consistency across, you know, as far as your breakout percentages across your different programs. And as you can see, your programs have stayed pretty consistent year to year. Obviously, there's that increase in expenditures, but really nothing to note as driving any individual category there. Next up is the utility fund operations. Over the last 5 years, your operating revenue for your utility funds came in at about 30.4 million. That actually was a little bit of a decline of about 5.8%, or 1.9 million, just due to your rate decrease and connection fees that occurred in 2023. Your operating expenses came in at 21.4 million. That was up about 10.2%, or 1.4 million from 2022. That operating expenses also includes depreciation of about 6 million. Obviously, your utility funds are very capital. There's a lot of capital activity in there, a lot of infrastructure. So you have a lot of depreciation expense that's impacting your operating income. But you still have positive operating income of about 9 million for 2023. And I'll hand things over to Lucas to wrap things up.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Hello. All right. I'm going to walk you through the rest of the business funds here. Similar slides for each of those as you saw for the utilities. Obviously, the operations are a little bit different. This first one here is for the Aquatic Center Fund operations. As Lance mentioned earlier, we break out your operating expenses in these slides from your depreciation and amortization, just because those are kind of no longer cash flows related, they're capital related, they're already expended, and you're just depreciating them over the life. So we're kind of comparing that navy blue to kind of that aqua color to more of a visual of what your cash flow statement might look like. So as you're looking at this, you can see your operating revenues, if you're comparing 22 to 23, they did decrease about 2.1%, so not a big change in the revenue there, so that navy bar there. Your operating expenses did take an uptick about 16.6% in the Aquatic Center, and you'll kind of see that this is, if you're comparing side by side, the only year presented other than 2020 that had COVID going on, kind of unique circumstances there, where your operating expenses, after we back out that depreciation and amortization, exceeded operating revenues. And you can see that same thing if you looked at your cash flow statement and, comparing to the last couple of years in your ACFR. So if you're looking at the cash flow statement I looked at, it's just kind of a small loss from cash there, or cash used from operations of 27,000, whereas prior you had cash coming in of 218,000. Similar slide here on the golf course. So you can kind of see steady growth since COVID there, since 2020. So that's great to see. Your operating revenues increased 4% from the prior year, while your operating expenses increased 15.8%. Still, you had positive operating income of $555,311. So that's great to see. Which, of course, then you had positive operating cash flows of $1.6 million. So the golf course did great there, especially compared to previous years. You just kind of keep building the operations there. Similar slide on the arena fund operations now. You can see, actually here you had enough uptake in activity. You ran right off our y-axis setting here. So you're actually up about $3 million in operating expense and $2,750,000 in operating revenues. So you had an uptick of operating revenues of 8.5%, and uptick in operating expenses of 15.1%. You ended up with an operating loss, a little bit of increase in operating loss from the prior year. So you had operating loss in 23 of $747,000, an operating loss in the prior year of $641,000. Taking a step back and thinking about it more cash flow wise, though, you had just a kind of a small loss in percentage wise cash flows of $282,000, whereas you had cash flows provided in the prior years, other than 2020 with COVID going on. So you had cash flows provided of $51,022 and cash flows provided of $254,000 in 2021. So we had a little bit of step back this year in the arena fund. Here's a slide on your liquor operations, and we have another one after this that kind of focuses more on your gross profit percentage, which is kind of a key index that's, everybody looks at, including the Office of State Auditors. So this one, again, side by side, we break out cost to sales here, being the liquor fund. Look at your gross sales. We like to see the transfers out broken out there too, because that's, the liquor, you have signs right out, and you help them fund other operations of the city. So with that noted, you can see gross sales did take a little bit of step back this year. They went down 7.6% from the prior year, went down about $1 million. You did have a $1 million transfer out to help fund other activities of the city still. Your operating income then decreased. We look at it as a percent, it's a higher percent because you're looking at just the net, but it decreased 40%, or as a number, it's really not that big, $279,000, but still positive, right? So you had positive operating income of $414,000. And you'll see on the next slide when you're comparing, if you're looking at the cost of sales to your gross sales, you had an actual uptick in your gross profit percentage, even though your operating income went down. So your gross profit percentage went up to 32.4% from 30.6%. So that being said, that means your expenses increased, at a higher rate than, or your revenues decreased more than your expenditures, because you had decreases in both, and that's because of things other than your cost of sales, right? So that's your personnel and charges for services. So here's that slide on your gross profit percentage, and this is a pretty positive slide when you look at it. The bottom line is your metro area off-sale only stores, and you can see that the city's liquor store operations are trending above it basically for all years. You'll notice we don't have 23 presented because all the 23 audits aren't submitted to the Office of State Auditor yet. So. But at 22, the most recent there, that's 27.4%. Your comparative year was 30.6%. You had that nice uptick of about 1.8% increase in your gross profit percentage up to 32.4% in 23. Then now, as I mentioned before, you'll notice we're looking back to 21 data from statewide here. There again, it's the state agencies that compile that statewide data haven't been able to post the 22 information yet, so then we're comparing everything from 21 on for your comparisons. And this is a revenues per capita, looking at similar sized cities. When you're looking at just 21, so it's a couple years back, so for what it's worth, your revenues per capita were $402 more than similar sized cities. Compared to your largest differences there were in property taxes, charges and fees, and other. You can see your kind of uptick up as cities grow, and normally kind of consistent with your expenditures in the revenues per capita in the subsequent years. Just a note, similar with other years, since 21 on, the city doesn't get any LGA, local government aid. Now here's another slide similar to revenues, but now we're looking at expenditures per capita. Again, using 21 OSA data is the most recent available for your comparatives. And then 3 years of the city of Edina expenditures per capita. You can see your current expenditures actually didn't change. That was kind of interesting. So then the drivers in your changes in expenditures per capita, all your capital and debt related. Your capital expenditures did decrease $133, or your expenditures in total per capita decreased $103 from 22. Your per capita expenditures are $286 more than other similar cities when you're comparing the 2021 columns, primarily due to your administration and public works And these can vary based on each city's needs, right? Some other highlights. There is a June 30 deadline to submit this to Office of State Auditor, and then you also have similar deadline to GFOA. Both those deadlines should be met because these are issued statements. And just a note, I think last year's 22 ACFR, you got that award. That was your 13th year, and we'll be working with the city, and they'll be submitting the 23 ACFR again here, and fully expect that it will get the award again. Now some fun stuff with the GASB, the Government Accounting Standard Board. They've been pretty busy. Lance touched on the lease standards a bit as we had the public-public partnership standard that kept us busy the last couple years. This upcoming year, there's 2 standards that are applicable, but they're not quite as heavy as a lift. The first one's GASB 100, county changes and error corrections, just making it consistent with how everybody's handling those, disclosing those. The biggest change will be if you have changes in your major funds. So if you have something moving from those combining statements the back to the front, you'll have to disclose that. You have kind of a reconciling table, so a little bit more work for everyone involved for that, but it'll make it more clear and concise and kind of explain those changes. The other one is compensated absences, GASB 101. The last standard for that was GASB 16, which was probably a 30-year-old standard at this point. Back when that came out, the idea of comp time, PTO, wasn't a big idea. They kind of wrote it with sick and vacation in mind, and you basically only recorded sick time if you paid it out upon termination, and then vacation you paid basically your rate times the balances left. And they've changed it to basically if you earn this time while you're working for the city and you're going to get it paid out, whether it be upon termination or if you're just taking sick time, comp time, your safe and sick time, whatever it be, you're going to have to look at that, figure what's the percent of chance it's going to get paid out, apply the rates at the time of the calculation. So it could result in calculating a little more similar to how vacation was basically booked in the past, and a slight increase in liability, but shouldn't be nearly as heavy as a lift as submittals and leases have been the last couple years. And then looking out to 2025, we basically have one standard that's going to add some disclosures. Call out if you have any revenue concentrations, if you have any other constraints, and just make sure that important information is being disclosed in your financial statements. Then the next big one that will take some work, they're calling it financial reporting model improvements, but it's really going to have some impacts on the MD&A, your proprietary fund statements, and your budgetary comparison information, and some revisions there. I know initial go-arounds of this were worried there's going to be a lot more changes in this, but so far with GADG 103 that we'll be implementing in 26, those are going to be the main areas impacted by the standard. And with that, we'll open up for questions and comments. Otherwise, that's all we had for you.
All right, yeah, thank you, Mr. Chase, Mr. Loringer. Let me ask our colleagues if we have any questions. Yes, Member Agnew has one for you.
Thank you so much for the thorough presentation tonight. I just had one question related to the uncorrected misstatements. For the compensated absences, does this change how we need to be doing things in the future due to the fact that it was an uncorrected misstatement? And what role does the GASB 101 play into the way we're reported, or will need to do so differently moving forward?
It really doesn't. An assessment can be done year to year, whether you need to calculate that. I think, those balances in prior years hadn't risen to the level that they had, so the assessment wasn't necessary. It's something to look at and evaluate, but again, it's not something that's material or would change the financial statements in a significant way that you got to take into consideration how much work it is to actually get it into the financial statements as well. So just something to keep in mind as an assessment of those compensated absences balances are being evaluated and calculated. As far as GASB 101, like Lucas said, the threshold for some of these compensated absences balances or how you're calculating them are probably going to raise them a little bit. Your compensated absences will be a little bit, the liability probably will be a little bit higher as a result of implementing this. So really those other pieces that are factoring into that compensated absences balances probably will, continue to be, just right on that threshold, but will be, it would, something to consider as those are being evaluated and calculated. So certainly something to consider and keep on the radar in the future, but nothing that's, those pieces aren't going to change in a material way from year to year.
And just to add that the primary piece of that is your FICA, and it's more complicated than just adding 7.65%, because then you have your police and fire excluded; they only pay the Medicare portion, but GASB 101 makes it very clear you wouldn't add your para, so it wouldn't be a huge uptick. Obviously it's going to be less than 7.65% with a lot of your wages being public safety, which only would have the 1.45% added. Like Lance said, you'd have to look at it, see how material really ends up being, even with the liability increasing.
Other questions from council members? I want to thank you for your work this year. This audit is a critical part of the work that we do from a financial standpoint to make sure that our city is functioning properly. Our finance department does an excellent job, and we've had outstanding people there as finance directors and that team for years. So the work you do every year basically reinforces that good work, I think. And when you get a clean opinion like this, and then you get to bring us up to date on how some of the enterprises have done, how overall city financial health picture looks, helps us, and I'm sure our rating agencies, kind of provide that affirming information that we're in good shape, and that's why we've been getting these double, triple-A bond ratings over these years. So, but your work is really critical to making sure that we're as strong financially as we can be and as healthy as we can be. Manager Neal, any comment?
I don't. I think that was very well said. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I see that there's no action requested here, but I think it probably would be appropriate to entertain a motion to accept the annual comprehensive financial report for the year ended December 31, 2023.
So moved.
Member Pierce moves.
Second.
Member Jackson seconds the acceptance of the annual comprehensive financial report for the year ended December 31, 2023. Any further discussion? All those in favor of adoption of the motion as stated, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Carried. The annual comprehensive financial report for the year ended December 31, 2023 is adopted. All right, good. Thanks for being here this evening, gentlemen. Now, we've got a few public hearings this evening. The first couple involve requests for new on-sale intoxicating Sunday sale liquor licenses, People's Organic Coffee, Bakery, Cafes, DBA People's Organic, and then the second one involves a new restaurant in our town, Guac On, Inc., a DBA Pura Lima Cantina. And Sharon Allison, our city clerk, has done the background, led the background investigative work with respect to both of these applicants for intoxicating licenses. And I'll turn now to our clerk for her report with respect to the first matter, and that is People's Organic Coffee, Bakery, Cafe, DBA People's Organic.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. People's Organic applied for an on-sale liquor license. People's Organic is actually a current holder of an on-sale liquor license. They are in the Southdale Mall, but they're moving from their current location to a new location, and as a result, had to apply for a new license. And so we recommend approval of this license. There's no one in attendance tonight, so I would recommend that you approve this liquor license, however, hold the public hearing as required, and then go from there.
Right. Anyone have questions for Clerk Allison on this matter? All right. This is a public hearing matter, and I'm going to open it up for public testimony. If there's anyone in the audience who wishes to testify regarding the potential issuance of the on-sale intoxicating Sunday sale liquor licenses to People's Organic Coffee Bakery Cafes, Inc., DBA People's Organic, feel free to come forward. Seeing no one coming forward, do we have anybody on the line that wishes to testify regarding this matter?
I do have somebody who's now signaled to speak. I'm going to go ahead and unmute that line right now. Caller, once you hear the ding, you can go ahead with your comment. All right, caller, your line should be unmuted. Go ahead, caller.
Caller, can you hear us?
I think maybe the caller is not paying attention right now. Caller, you can go ahead by stating your full name and address for the record. I'm gonna mute that caller again. They've put their hand down now, so maybe it was an errant.
It was an error?
Maybe they hit *3 accidentally.
Anyone else?
No one else is signaling at this time. I think that whole thing took about a minute, so you're probably okay with moving on.
Very good. Is there a motion to close the public hearing in this matter regarding the potential issuance of an on-sale intoxicating Sunday sale liquor licenses to People's Organic?
So moved.
Second.
Member Agnew moves. Member Jackson seconds the closing of the public hearing with respect to the potential issuance of new on-sale intoxicating Sunday sale liquor licenses to People's Organic Coffee Bakery Cafes, Inc., DBA People's Organic. Any further discussion? All those in favor of closing the public hearing regarding this matter say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Carried. Public hearing is closed. Is there a motion to approve the new on-sale intoxicating and Sunday sale liquor licenses for People's Organic Coffee Bakery Cafes, Inc., DBA People's Organic?
So moved.
Member Pierce moves.
Second.
Member Jackson seconds the issuance of the new on-sale intoxicating Sunday sale liquor licenses for People's Organic Coffee Bakery Cafes, Inc., DBA People's Organic. Any further discussion? All those in favor of approving the motion as stated say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Carried. The motion to approve those on-sale intoxicating and Sunday sale liquor licenses to People's Organic is approved and adopted. The next public hearing matter we have, Clerk Allison has this matter as well. And this involves a new restaurant coming into Edina called the Peralima Cantina. And Clerk Allison will tell us about this applicant.
Yes, so Peralima Cantina is going into the space at 3925 West 50th Street. That is a space that was previously occupied by Stock and Spade. They've applied for the on-sale intoxicating and Sunday sale liquor licenses. And staff, again, is reviewing or is recommending approval. I do believe that Lily Phillips, the co-founder, is in attendance tonight. Am I correct? I guess not. She was planning to be here, but probably didn't get a chance to make it to the meeting. So no one in attendance to answer any questions that you may have about that particular restaurant. And that's totally fine. Attendance is not required for approval.
It would have been nice to have had somebody here they could communicate with folks in our community. So no one from Peralima is here, huh? Peralima Cantina? This is a public hearing matter. It's been recommended by staff that Peralima Cantina be approved for an on-sale intoxicating liquor license and a Sunday sale liquor license. If you would wish to testify regarding this matter, please come forward. Hearing nothing and seeing no one coming forward, do we have anybody online?
My caller has raised a hand again, so caller, I've unmuted your line again. Please begin by stating your full name and address for the record. Go ahead, caller. that maybe it was actually the owner of the restaurant, but. Caller, go ahead, your line is open. I'll mute the line again. I'm not sure what's going on there. If you'd like to speak, please press star 3 on your telephone keypad. That will signal that you want to speak. And then I'll unmute your line. You'll hear a little tone, and then you can go ahead with your remarks. No hands are up. I think it's safe to go forward.
Very good. Is there a motion to close the public hearing in this matter involving Guac On Inc., DBA Pearl Lima Cantina?
So moved.
Second.
Jackson moves, Member Pierce seconds the motion to close the public hearing with respect to the potential issuance of an on-sale liquor, intoxicating liquor license and Sunday sale liquor license to Guac On Inc., DBA Pearl Lima. Any further discussion regarding closing the public hearing? All those in favor of closing the public hearing in this matter say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Carried. The public hearing is closed. Is there a motion to approve the new on-sale intoxicating and Sunday sale liquor licenses for Guac On Inc., DBA Pearl Lima Cantina?
So moved.
Second.
Agnew moves, Member Pierce seconds the issuance of the liquor licenses as described to Guac On Inc., DBA Pearl Lima Cantina. Any further discussion? All those in favor of adoption of the motion as stated, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Carried. The motion's approved for the issuance of on-sale intoxicating and Sunday sale liquor licenses to Guac On Inc. and DBA Pearl Lima Cantina. That concludes those two public hearing related matters. We have one more public hearing related matter that our Assistant City Planner, Emily Dalrymple, has for us, and this involves the request for a conditional use permit and a variance for the what we know as the South Metro Public Safety Training Facility on Braemar Boulevard. Welcome, Ms. Dalrymple.
Thank you, Mayor and members of the council. The South Metro Training Facility is requesting a conditional use permit and a building height variance from 20 feet to 27 feet 9 inches to build a 5,536 square foot tactical center training facility at 7525 Braemar Boulevard. The subject site is located within the larger 400-acre Braemar parcel, and the property is zoned R1 and is guided as open space in the comprehensive plan. The proposed building is located within the existing fenced-in area of the South Metro Training Facility, located just south of the fire training tower and the main building and range. The site for the proposed building is not visible from any public right-of-way, and the building was purposefully situated adjacent to a wooded hill to help screen the proposed building from public right-of-way. The proposed building will provide indoor tactical training center space and indoor space for vehicle stop training, and the center will be used for training that involves indoor-outdoor scenarios and on-scene vehicle arrival training. The proposed building height is 27 feet 9 inches, and the additional height is being requested above the allowable 20-foot height requirement due to the nature of the building. The training center building needs a minimum interior clear height of 20 feet to be able to create two-story scenarios inside, whether they're training for residential or commercial scenarios. The training involves going up and down stairs, and the height allows for overhead observation and training, as well as the stairs. The pitched roof is also important to help move air to the peak of the building, as the air exhaust points are at the high points of the roof, and this will help facilitate heat removal, but also help the aid of removal of smoke that's used in certain trainings. The proposed building material is a metal siding or corrugated steel product, and the proposed building is similar to other buildings that are on the subject site within the greater Braemar parcel. And again, the way the building is situated, it's not visible from any public right-of-way. Circulation of the site and access is not changing with the additional building. There is associated parking being constructed with this proposed building, but overall the site, or this portion of the site, will lose 2 parking spaces. And again, these 2 parking spaces are within the controlled access area of the site, and there is no additional parking requirements that are required with this application. The setback requirements are met with this proposed building in this application. The setbacks are measured to the larger or the greater parcel lines, and so the setbacks for this building range roughly from 400 feet to about 4,000 feet. Per the city code, a conditional use permit should not be granted unless the establishment, maintenance, and operation of the use don't have adverse impact on governmental facilities, utilities, or proposed improvements, will generate traffic that is within the capacity of the street, doesn't have any adverse impact on public health or safety, will not impede normal development, conforms to the district in which it's located, and is consistent with the city's comprehensive plan. Staff believes that all these criteria are met with the exception of the overall building height, which is the reason the applicant is requesting the variance. The proposed project is located within the existing fenced-in area, and the existing utilities are adequate to serve the project. The project will not generate any additional traffic. It will not have any adverse impact on public health, safety, or welfare. The proposed building will enhance training opportunities of the property, and it fits well within the site. The use is allowed within the R1 district, and the building will not be visible from public right-of-way. The project meets city code requirements with the exception of the building height, and the project is consistent with the comprehensive plan. This project also requires a 7-foot 9-inch building height variance, and as you know, Minnesota statutes and Edina codes require certain conditions must be met for a variance to be granted. And in this circumstance, staff believes the criteria is met. The application must relieve practical difficulties that prevent reasonable use. And the height of 27 feet 9 inches is required to be able to create the 2-story training scenarios. The pitch of the roof is also important and included to help move air to the peak of the building and help facilitate heat and smoke removal. The second and third criteria is that the variance will correct extraordinary circumstances, and these circumstances are unique to the property. Staff believes that this is reasonable and this request is unique due to the property and the nature of the property, due to the training facility request, and these circumstances are not applicable to other R1 zoned properties. The fourth criteria is that the variance will not alter the essential character of the neighborhood. Staff also believes that this criteria is met and that granting the variance will not alter the character of the neighborhood. The subject property is currently used for a variety of public safety and first responder trainings. The size and the scale of the proposed building is similar to other existing buildings on the surrounding site and the larger Braemar parcel, and the location was chosen to be near the wooded hill to provide additional screening. The Planning Commission held a public hearing at their meeting on June 12th where they unanimously recommended approval of the project. There were no comments posted on Better Together for the project. And so tonight, council is asked to hold the public hearing, but also take action on Resolution 2024-43. And that recommendation is to approve Resolution 2024-43, approving the conditional use permit with a height variance for the South Metro Training Facility at 7525 Braemar Boulevard. And with that, I can answer any questions. I believe Scott Neal can answer any questions if you have them, and Ron Betcher from Ortel Architects is also here tonight to answer any questions.
Good. Thank you, Ms. Dalrymple. Anyone on council have questions for Ms. Dalrymple? Member Risser.
This might be more for Manager Neal, but if we could just have you speak to the funding behind this project and also the import, and my understanding is it's kind of a rare thing. I think that would be helpful.
Thank you, Member Risser, members of council. Yes, this is an interesting project from a lot of different perspectives. It started really with some discussion in 2018 and 2019. In 2020, we made a bonding bill request to state government and received $1 million in support that year. The project went into design, and we started to get a pretty good understanding that that wasn't going to be enough money to build the kind of building that we wanted to build. So we went back to the legislature and asked for an additional $1 million, and that was granted in 2023. So that is what we expect and hope that is the amount of money that we're going to be able to spend and on this project and complete the project for that. If we don't, there is a protocol in place for going back to each one of the owners and asking for additional support, but that's where we are at this moment. And right, this is a facility, a training facility addition that's not very common. It will enable our EMS and law enforcement folks to do some training that is normally done outside or in other settings, but this is close to home and will be really good for those folks for a training purpose.
And a quick restatement of the owners.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The owners of the facility are the cities of Bloomington, Edina, and Eden Prairie, and the Metropolitan Airports Commission. We are the 4 members of the Joint Powers Authority. Edina serves as kind of the managing partner of the group, so that's why we're doing this, not only because it's in our city, but we are the actual recipient of the state grant funds. Our IT people, our HR people, our facilities people all play roles at the facility in terms of keeping it going and operating.
Member Agnew. Excuse me.
Manager Neal, so those partners that you just listed, those are all of the entities that are able to use this site, is that correct?
Yes, Member Agnew, members of council, yes, they will be able to use this site. We do occasional training with other organizations as well, but the 4 ownership group, the 4 members of the Joint Powers Authority will be the primary users of the facility.
Okay, thank you. And then how often is, I would say, maybe the overall training facility used? Any data points that you might have, anecdotal or otherwise?
Chief Milburn would probably give you a more precise estimate, but there's somebody doing something in that building almost every day of the week, including weekends. This particular facility is dedicated more towards groups of people that are training together. So there won't be a single person or something doing training in that building like you might see on a firing range in the main building itself. But Chief Milburn, is there a more precise estimate that you would give?
Yeah, I would echo that. I think it's fair to say every day we have training going on there, classroom instruction occurring. Those owner agencies get priority, and there are times when other agencies are allowed to rent out space as well. So that's what provides the volume and the everyday use out of that facility.
Other questions for the chief or Ms. Dalrymple or Manager Neal? No. I'm sorry, ma'am. This isn't a public hearing matter. Thank you. Oh, yeah, not, but the timing isn't right yet. Hold on for just a minute. Not a public hearing matter yet. Manager Neal, anything further?
I would also just let you know that Ron Betcher from Ortel Architects is with us tonight if you have any questions about design or architecture for the building.
Okay, good. All right, any other questions from a staff standpoint? All right, ma'am, come on up. We're going to open this up for public testimony. And eager to hear from anybody in the audience who's interested in giving their thoughts on this proposed expenditure. Yes, please come up here, ma'am. It was just a timing issue, so thank you for your patience. And remember to give us your full name and address. And I think you might have come in after Director Bennerot gave her instructions, but you can see that lighting's in front of you there. You'll have 3 minutes to give us your comments, and then when you see that yellow light come on, you'll have about 30 seconds to wrap up your comments. So we welcome your testimony, and please give us your name and address.
My name is Brenda Lynn Foster. I reside at 7540 Edinburgh Way, Edina, Minnesota.
Go ahead, Ms. Foster.
Okay, I just wanted to ask a question about the training facility because he indicated that they had to go back to the legislature and ask for an additional $1 million. And I'm interested in knowing, how did you underestimate that so substantially, the budget that you would need?
Thank you. I think part of the issue was underestimating the construction cost. I think another part of it was scope creep, right? There were some, when police and fire training officers got together, they tried to add more to the facility to make it a little bit bigger, a little bit better, and that was part of the issue as well.
So what makes you certain that you now have sufficient funding for that project?
Because we've been doing some additional intelligence gathering in the construction world, and we think that our numbers are better. We really think our numbers are more precise and more researched this time.
Yeah, the thing that was concerning me is the fact that I've been listening to what has happened to Southwest Rail and how under budget they were. Are you familiar with that?
I am.
Okay, and so we see that that has created a huge predicament financially, not only for the participants who are coordinating all those finances, but also for the community, the taxpayers. And I just want to make sure that we don't see another repeat of that where I have in my community can be impacted by it.
You will not see something of that scale, I can promise you that. I can also tell you that the project has not gone out to bid yet, so the council, this council will have a chance to examine the financing and the proposed cost of the project before they award a contract.
Thank you for your response.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Ms.
Mr.
Foster.
Mayor.
Nice to see you.
Thank you.
Nice to have you here. Anyone else? All right, do we have anybody online?
The mysterious caller has left, but I do still have another caller. Caller, if you'd like to testify in this public hearing, please press *3 on your telephone keypad. That's the star symbol, then the number 3. That will signal your desire to speak. I'll unmute your line and you can make your comments. Not seeing any response, so I think it's safe for you to move forward.
All right, we have been in the public hearing phase, and again, my apologies for my abruptness there earlier with Ms. Foster. We have been requested to close the public hearing in this matter today and to consider adoption of the resolution 2024-43, which would approve a conditional use permit with a height variance for the South Metro Training Facility. Is there a motion to close the public hearing in this matter?
So moved.
Second.
Member Jackson moves. Member Agnew seconds closure of the public hearing in this matter. Any further discussion? All those in favor of closing the public hearing with respect to this matter say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Carried. The public hearing is closed with regard to the potential adoption of Resolution 2024-43, which could potentially approve a conditional use permit with a height variance for the South Metro Training Facility. The next thing that staff has suggested and recommended is the adoption of Resolution 2024-43, approving a conditional use permit with a height variance for the South Metro Training Facility at 7525 Braemar Boulevard. Is there a motion to that effect?
So moved.
Member Jackson moves. Member Agnew seconds the adoption of Resolution 2024-43, which would approve a conditional use permit issuance with a height variance for the South Metro Training Facility as described during testimony. Any further discussion? All those in favor of adoption of the motion as stated say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Carried. The motion to adopt Resolution 2024-43 is approved.
Thank you.
All right, we are going to move now beyond the public hearing portion of the agenda, and the next matter that we're moving into is the reports and recommendations portion of the agenda. And the first matter in that portion of the agenda involves Resolution 2024-45, which accepts donations, would potentially accept donations to the City of Edina from various sources. And we need a supermajority, two-thirds majority to approve these donations to the city. Is there a motion to adopt Resolution 2024-45?
So moved.
I second.
Member Jackson moves. Member Agnew seconds the adoption of Resolution 2024-45, which accepts donations defined therein on behalf of the City of Edina. Any further discussion? All those in favor of adoption of Resolution 2024-45, accepting donations on behalf of the City of Edina, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Carried. The Resolution 2024-45 is adopted. The donations are accepted. In this reporting period, the Police Department, this was something that the Chief talked about in recent meetings, and that is that we are getting a new therapy dog for the department. And Chief, I don't know if you'd care to comment further on it. The funding for it is coming from an organization called Heart of America Woodles. And it was a $2,600 value attached to that, and that is for the therapy dog for the apartment, or the department. And then there's $10,000 for training that therapy dog and the handler from an organization called Soldier. So maybe you want to tell us a little bit about what's happening here.
Sure. Thank you, Mayor, members of council. That we're really excited about this new therapy dog that's coming into our department. It is relatively new around the region, where these dogs will come into our organization and hang out and play a role 24/7 in most cases. We have a handler that's going to be assigned to this dog, and the handler will bring the dog back and forth, but at times leave the dog behind. And the dogs are intended just to be inside the office and create a climate or a culture where officers can interact with the dog, and from research and science and background things that we've learned, that's a really good thing for a police department, in particular law enforcement officers that are under stress a lot, to have that support inside, just to kind of help with things and ease that stress level. So these donations that came into us, we're very excited about that. We're very happy about that. We take delivery on this dog in about a week, and then training will start, and that training will take about 3 months, and then by the end of this summer, the dog will be certified and ready to go.
And that dog will be a therapy dog internally for our department, as opposed to being taken on mental health visits to visit people. Is that correct?
Well, it's going to be kind of a combination, Mayor. So we're going to start off with in-house, and then as we develop out our alternative response team that's currently in design, and we're about ready to launch that, we anticipate that this dog may then go out into the field and also be part of a response model later this year, probably into next year as well.
Other questions for the chief? All right. Yeah, great gift, I'd say, and a wonderful opportunity for us. And then, of course, we all have other gifts, usually to the Park and Rec Department, and we do again this reporting period. All involve trees at this particular reporting period. $350 from Katrine Watney for a tree at Bredesen Park. Leah Bulver and the Highlands neighborhood, $350 for a flowering tree on Ayrshire Boulevard Island. And then William Davis, $350 for a Japanese maple at Roslyn Park. And Andy Warzak, $1,500 for 2 spaded trees at York Park. Thank you to all those donors to the city of Edina, and their names will be posted on the website. The next matter in this portion of the agenda is Resolution 2024-40, which potentially approves a preliminary rezoning and overall development plan and site plan and subdivision for 7235 France Avenue. Addison Lewis, our Community Development Coordinator, has this matter for us this evening from an introductory standpoint, and then we have the applicants available for questions as well, and I think a potential update on some changes in the plan since meeting with the council a couple of weeks ago.
That's correct. Good evening, Mayor and Council. As you mentioned, this is a request for preliminary rezoning, overall development plan, site plan, and subdivision at 7235 France Avenue, which is the Macy's Furniture site. The staff recommendation tonight is to adopt Resolution 2024-40 approving the project. Planning Commission reviewed this at their May 22nd meeting and voted 5-1 to recommend approval of the request. Council held a public hearing at the previous meeting on June 4th. The city continued to collect comments on Better Together until June 9th, and those are included in your packet. Just a reminder on with regard to our pyramid of discretion, this is a rezoning to a planned unit development, so the city has complete discretion on whether to approve or deny the project. The deadline for council to take action on this decision would be Monday, August 5th. And as mentioned, the developer did submit some updated renderings and things like that for the packet. They are available here this evening to go over that for you. They also have the ability to pull up a 3D model to help answer any questions as well. And then I believe we also have Mallory Fitzpatrick from WSB, who did the traffic and parking study, available for questions also.
Good. Do you want to bring the applicant forward to explain some of the proposed changes? While they're getting set up, Mr. Lewis, I want to thank you for going out to the site and marking some of those potential setback locations from the promenade so that we can understand it more thoroughly. And then, gentlemen, as you present, would you please identify yourselves and give us your business address?
Good evening, Mayor, members of the City Council. My name is Patrick Brahma, 1660 South Highway 100 in St. Louis Park. Lucas, if you want to introduce yourself quickly.
And Lucas Van Sistine with ESG Architecture and Design at 500 Washington Avenue South, soon to be moving.
Go ahead, Mr. Brahma.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So, members of the council, since, as you know, we've gone through 2 public hearings recently. We were with the Planning Commission about a month plus ago, and then with the City Council 2 or 3 weeks ago for public hearing. After both of those meetings, we made updates to the plans. Following the public hearing with the Planning Commission, we upgraded a few features on the pedestrian crossing area that crosses over the center of the project. Can talk in detail about that if you like. That had a little bit to do with parallel parking, adding bollards, and really making it a pedestrian first and a safer crossing area across the center of the site. And we can zoom into that and talk about it in greater detail. The other thing that we did in combination coming out of the Planning Commission and City Council, we added step backs on the east side of the east buildings along the promenade across the entire 7th floor. We also notched down setbacks on the corners of those buildings, actually down 2 floors, just to create a softer edge of the building along the promenade. Additionally, we enhanced the architecture along the north side of the north buildings. So in other words, the view of the project from Lunds. That was one of the specific comments that came out of the council public hearing. And then in the center corridor of the project, on the north side of the southwest building, there were some enhancements made to the pedestrian level interaction on the north side of the southwest building. So that's the high level. With that, Mr. Sistine is available to go through this visually if desired.
All right, thank you. Mr. Sistine, go ahead.
All right. So I'll swing through. We've got the model here, and I'll hit the views where those adjustments were made. So obviously you can see we're along France Avenue here. The sidewalk is no longer touching France Avenue, so there's a continuous boulevard condition here. Then we'll move in. There was some discussion along this portion, and hopefully it's pretty evident now that this is a 3-story datum, and then it steps back. And just further describing the material here, this is called a flex facade system. It has kind of an sculptural pattern to it, and it's also you can see through that. And then more clearly showing what is a placeholder for a mural, but the idea of a mural here. So what exactly that is would be to be determined. And then also added more transparency in the facade here.
I think when we met 2 weeks ago, there was, at least some of us had commented on that sheer wall sort of effect, and it looks like you've mitigated that by use of glass and then those narrow windows?
Yes.
Okay.
Correct.
Would you back up to the first slide again just for a moment?
Absolutely.
Back up to that view. You know, we've had many comments from folks in the community about this, pro and con. And but I thought one of the interesting observations, and there were many, but we got a young guy in our community, happens to be in the audience this evening, who's a landscape architecture student at Iowa State. And one of the issues he raised was, did you give any thought to the northwest and southwest buildings being swapped so that the taller building was to the north and the shorter building was to the south? And I know we talked about this at one point in time in the process, but maybe I thought you could explain why you're proposing the taller building to the south and the shorter building to the north. Yeah, Mr. Brahma, go ahead. No, it's...
I did not. Oh, there we
There you go.
Thank you. I can respond to that, Mayor. So the two buildings on the west side of the site, so touching France, for the sake of the public, we've gone through a process over the last roughly year and a half and had several touch points, a couple of rounds of schematic planning, and through that process, a couple things came out of it. One, first, there's a city standard, I'm not going to name it correctly, but there's a requirement of setback of a building, and I don't know what the height is off the top of my head, but taller buildings from single-family residential neighborhoods. The northwest building is almost 100% in that setback area from the neighborhood to the northwest across France. So part of the reason why we didn't want the northwest building to be quite as tall was to try to respect that rule. The other thing that occurred on this project, which is the bigger factor, and before I leave that point, I should mention, we never, there is discussion on that topic, but there's never a hard requirement from the city or the planning commission or city council that they weren't comfortable with going higher on the northwest corner. It was kind of an open item, but anecdotally, it was a discussion point. So I'm just identifying that was a discussion point. We're trying to kind of respond to it. There's never totally clear direction one way or the other, so I don't want to put words in any commission or city council member's perspective. And then the other bigger thing, the main reason why we arrived where we did today is it has to do with the connection across France. This site plan was adjusted, and if we could, you don't need to pull it up right now, Lucas, but if anybody zoomed out and looked at this project and looked at how it connected to the project across the road on the west side of France, there's some intention with the center plazas that run through all these projects to be lined up so they could be linear. So if someone was trying to walk through those center plazas through a future potential pedestrian connection, that there'd be a straight path. And the result of that required the northwest building on our site, one of the buildings that you're referring to, Mayor, to be shrunk down. The building footprint shrunk down to the point that we're having a difficulty parking it for anything higher than what it is right now. So our ability to go higher on that building is constrained just due to the size of the footprint that we have available now.
Okay, thanks, Mr. Brahma. Mr. Francistin, go ahead.
All right. There was some discussion last visit on the north facade, so I'll jump there. We did do some considerable rework of that, and obviously the parking lot is in the foreground, and that is doesn't make anything look great, but that's obviously not something on our site. But you can see the updates here. This mass is largely similar to what it was before, but as you move back, you see that this became a two-story. There's a little bit of pushing back. We did bring the brick up to these 4 stories and then added a little bit of that wood look pergola here. And so the overall effect, I hope, is a little more pleasing, and that the comments there will be that we'll get some good feedback there or good comments there.
So on that corner, it looks like you used podium processes there to push that top floor back on the corner, where it's blue.
Yes.
On the left side there. Yeah.
Yes, and we did have that was there before on the corner here. These 2 portions did get pushed back a little, but the corner here did have a step previously. You can see that from the other view on the northwest building, but on the northeast building we changed some materials to make it a little more legible what the massing is, and then did add a step back here, and then added some of that pergola material there.
Might also talk a little bit about why you need those internal streets, how those match up with the Southdale Design Experience Guidelines, and what purpose they serve from a functionality standpoint.
Sure. I can cover that, or any one of us could, but, well, obviously the whole thing is working on this pedestrian east-west. So there's no cars there. Obviously cars will enter from France in two directions, but what we're looking at here, this north-south drive, we're really relying on for a lot of things. Obviously, we have front doors of these 3 apartments there, so that'll be pick up and drop off. It'll be Uber. It'll be the smiley face truck coming through here, dropping off things for people, but then also move-in and trash pickup. A lot of move-in can happen in the building. A certain amount of trucks will fit in there, but there's also the opportunity for that to happen if we want to block off a few spaces. Otherwise, this does follows the typology of the street room here, the intention that it's drop off and functioning in that way.
All right, Ms. Risser, Member Risser has a question for you as well.
Sure.
This has to do with move-in and vans, and you were saying a certain number will be able to use the building's parking underground for moving in. What amount of move-in vehicles do you anticipate having to be on the street?
That's a good question, and I know it's I don't know if you want to answer that, or I know they're a smaller, a U-Haul, typical U-Haul on the smaller side would fit inside.
It wouldn't fit inside the northwest building according to your information that you provided. It says that only vehicles A and B, which means pickup trucks and cargo vans.
Oh.
And so for 124 units, every single one of those, that 100% is going to have to be on the street, and that's for your northwest building. And then when I looked at the northeast building and looked at the trucks that you showed, you have to put on really thick rose-colored glasses to get to about 50% being able to use the parking. And I did actually personally experience moving. I had to move my daughter this weekend with a 15-foot truck from a small one-bedroom apartment to another small one-bedroom apartment. And when I look and see that perhaps that's supposed to be large enough for a 2-bedroom, I think that's being super optimistic. When it comes to the southwest building and the condominiums, only 6 of those out of the 59 would be able to park in your underground facilities.
I might call Mr. Willett up, who will answer this better and who made those diagrams.
I can touch.
Or any of you guys, if you want to.
Yeah, if I can, if I may, Councilmember, just to make sure, so I can respond to move-in, the move-ins, the move-in exhibit, and which I think is kind of the line of questioning. But I also just want to offer, if we're talking about parking for like number of units and parking count and where the parking is, happy to respond to that too. Maybe that's not the question.
That's not the question.
Okay, perfect. So I'll focus on the move-ins then. So the parallel parking should be able to handle 3 larger trucks in each parallel parking bay. So you could have 6 move-ins occurring at one point in time. At least that's the intent. The height, you're correct, of 3 of the 4 buildings is tall enough to accept smaller move-in trucks. So that's, a portion of the move-ins can occur in the buildings. The remaining portion would occur within those parallel parking stalls in the north and south road that runs through the middle of the site. And we don't disagree, kind of the nature of a mixed-use, walkable, kind of dense development. There will be a little bit of congestion occurring, and that's part of it and something we're prepared to handle.
I am concerned about the garages not being able to handle larger vehicles, not just for move-in, but, you'd have to park in the street to deliver a mattress. You could see things needing to be delivered that would be a common occurrence, especially since we're talking 572 units total. And then you've got delivery trucks, you've got Amazon, you've got all kinds of vehicles going through. The food people, I can't remember their name, who deliver. Anyway, it is a concern.
Happy to.
Go ahead, Mr. Brown.
Yeah, I respect the concern. Where was I going? Sorry. What I was going to mention, one of the big outcomes of the Planning Commission discussion, which I think was a good discussion, is originally on our plans that parallel parking area looked and felt and kind of unintentionally looked like it was programmed for just regular parking. We've updated our plans, and the intention is that that's striped off staging area that doesn't allow just public parking for just regular vehicles. So understood your comment. The intention is to be able to have 6 larger delivery trucks delivering at one time and have space dedicated for that at any given time. That's our intention. And I understand that might not satisfy your concern.
Well, can you regulate that through your management of your properties?
That's a fair point. I wish I would have said that. Yeah, I mean, a lot of these projects that are in kind of the denser shared space environment, you have to schedule your move-ins, and so it's not like it's a free-for-all. So I think there's a balance of scheduling, there's a balance of programming, like we mentioned, on site, of the programming of the space to making sure that's not being used incorrectly. But obviously there will be a scenario where someone pulls up for a delivery, then they're not scheduled. We all know that that does happen and will happen. So I think balancing that with scheduled visits while keeping some stalls available for those unexpected visits would be the approach that we take collectively as a development. And the smaller deliveries for like the smaller delivery trucks, not large semi or the larger move-in ones, smaller deliveries should be able to be handled in at least 2 of the 4 buildings, if not 3 of the 4 buildings, should be able to handle smaller delivery trucks.
Thank you for that. All right, Mr. Van Sisting, go ahead.
Okay. From there, I'll move to the promenade side of the building. And what we did here on both of these buildings is sculpted them a little more, tried to push back the corners a little. You can see that at this corner, this used to go up. The idea here is to add another step back and to add a little more of that warm wood look in the palette. And then I'll move to.
That look like a change in the base material too. On that southeast corner.
I think we did have a two-story. This
2
would
stories
be that
of, and that
stone.
material is that a stone material?
Right. That's the.
Okay. All right.
That's the cast stone. And then moving to the center, we changed this so that this is all the wood, that wood look, and then also did an additional step back at this corner and added that feature also. So those are the main updates in the massing and the materials from the last time. We did bring a material sample board. I don't know if you want me to walk through that, and you can see it. I can kind of walk through the logic of it a little bit if you'd like.
Well, why don't you walk through the logic of it from your perspective, and if any council member wants to see the materials board, we can do that. Not just look at the electronic material board.
I'm going to help Lucas as he's jumping into this. I asked him to look at the southeast corner of the southeast building, so against the promenade. We added a larger step back here as well. We went down 2 floors here and made sure it was extended across the entire 7th floor. He's a little bit close there, but just want you to be aware that we added a step back on this corner as well. And in the renderings that we included in your packet, highlight that view.
Sure.
Yes, Member Risser.
And thank you. If you could stay on this image, I'd really appreciate that. And what we're looking at is showing the 9 Mile Creek Trail, which is a multi-use trail for bikes, pedestrians. And I am concerned. I feel as if, and I know with the trail, they do have a 3-foot buffer. And as I look at that image, it appears as if there's encroaching going on with the staircase coming down from the patio in that space that is the buffer for the trail. And then you've got plantings there. It really reminds me of what happened along Valley View Road in front of View 44, where the public right-of-way was encroached upon, and you have a staircase coming down, and you have plantings. And it really does present the, very visually, it is taking over that space and making it appear as if it belongs to a private development, when in fact it is public space. And for a bike multi-use path, sometimes you have to go off the path because you're encountering other people. And so not seeing the grass that is there now is very disconcerting. And I am concerned it's a safety issue to have a stairway leading down right onto the 9 Mile Creek Trail. And I didn't see anything in the packet from anyone from the Three Rivers Park District signing off on this. Has there been discussion about these staircases? And you've got the railing that's metal as well. And that's the public right-of-way. I have concerns there. I'm also concerned that the plantings spill over and present the illusion that land that is part of the promenade and part of Edina is part of this private development.
Member Risser, I can speak to the Three Rivers. This is Chad, Engineering Director. We're sending everything to them, and before we would approve any permits, we would get their buy-in because they have a license agreement for this trail. And just like you said, that doesn't meet their criteria for their trail use to have any sort of impacts within those buffer zones. So we wouldn't approve any permits before they approve the plans along their trail.
Okay, so this is the preliminary site plan sign-off. They have seen the staircase coming down from the decks and the railings, and they've approved all that?
No, they haven't. I'm saying we wouldn't issue permits. We wouldn't allow this to happen. They wouldn't allow it to happen because they have that license for those buffers along the trail. So maybe it's a graphical
Mr.
error or a miss.
Sure. Can you hear me? Yeah. Terry Menard, Principal, Confluence, Landscape Architecture and Planning, 901 North 3rd Street, Minneapolis. Representative schematic in the sense of what it's representing. I think it's pretty easy for us to step back that railing and move it back. We've also heard in process that it's really important to kind of make this landscape seem seamless. If we were to cut it right on the property line, it almost seemed foreign and wouldn't seem like the property development blends in. We did that along the promenade as well with those major large setbacks that we have. So I think that's an easy solution here. We also did talk about the idea of creating even a more dense buffer in between. We do think, however, though, that sight lines are critical. If somebody is coming out of their place and how it connects to that it's important for them to see it. We don't think that that's going to be a high traffic area for people moving out, maybe 1 or 2 residents at specific times of the day. But that's an easy fix, Councilmember Risser. We can fix that pretty simply.
Mr. Lewis, would you come up, please? So to Member Risser's concern, hypothetically, if the preliminary site plan were approved by the council tonight, we still could deal with this in final stages in terms of getting an approved not a development plan, but an approved landscaping plan between now and final approval.
Correct. They would come back with those revised plans. They'd have to comply with all the comments that Chad mentioned that's in the engineering memo. They'll have to make those changes and make sure they comply with that and with what Three Rivers wants to see as well.
It appears so the edge of the patio is way too close to the trail. I mean, are you saying you're going to move the patio edge back?
I think it's a perception in the model with kind of the fisheye lens here.
I did look at the diagrams though, and it looks like it's super, super close. And that's another point though. I'm used to seeing plans where there's a scale And I didn't see a scale on your plans. Maybe it's super tiny, but that would have been very helpful. However, when I look at the plan, it looks like it's about the width of a door. And so that's pretty narrow.
I think it's more than that. I think it's beyond 10 feet in what we were showing. But we did meet with Three Rivers, though, on our own. And I think the only recommendations they had were to actually widen the trail as part of this process for their access. So they have seen these plans. So, but I can get that measurement and get that to you, that exact distance, because I know we've thought about it thoughtfully in the sense of we recognized in Planning Commission somebody felt it was a little too close, so we went back and we actually adjusted the plans, moved the trail back even further. So I think, it's definitely more than 3 feet or the width of a door. So, but we can get you that dimension. And I think it could be something that could be conditional where we'll go back and adjust that to that distance or whatever you want.
Can you get me the dimension tonight?
Yeah, I could probably check on the model. Yeah, so.
Van Sistine, anything further with respect to kind of project updates?
Nothing with the 3D model other than the material board. We can run through it quickly if you'd like.
Yeah, go ahead.
Well, he's grabbing the dimension. Obviously you can see there's a good bit of, whites to grays.
You can actually put it.
Oh, okay.
Move the computer
Smart here.
and just lay it on the tabletop.
Are you able to switch me over, or do I do that? This is perfect. I can see up here. Perfect. Thank you. Well, you can see we're looking to lean, contemporary in the palette. You see kind of the base, middle, top happening a lot with the tripartite expression, and then, a lot of the cast stone and the brick at the base, and then obviously on France, you see that coming up. There are a lot of whites and grays. Those are intended to be, we call them kind of restful materials where there's not a lot of pop to them intentionally, so the building doesn't get too loud. Those are intended to lean a little bit warm, but then you'll obviously see the pops of wood tone, which this will just be an extruded aluminum, but have that wood patterning on it. And then also on the apartment buildings, you see this blue color, which we've done other buildings here where we have used the Edina green for a pop of color. Here, this blue is intended to read a little bit with the sky and a little bit with water. Sometimes in the renderings it shows up a little bit too, a little saturated. So it's good to see the actual sample here to see how that reads with the palette. But you can see overall the sort of a muted colors, and then obviously those pops of the warm wood and the regal blue in certain places. If you have any questions on that.
Yeah, I've got a question for Mr. Lewis. That's why I'm sitting back down so I can get close to the microphone. So this to me might be akin to the landscaping plan between preliminary and final if this were approved. But, I think one of the challenges for this site is that you're facing a commercial street on the west side and you're facing nature on the east side. And so you're trying to figure out how to make all of that work. And to me, on the nature side, you want to be using colors that are compatible with nature and stone in the material. I mean, instead of stone, I think works really well. But so I'm uncertain about the blue color, And so the question would be, if the site plan were approved, but we wanted to modify some of the colors between preliminary and final and have that discussion, can we do that? Or are we approving, we're approving materials tonight as well, all the materials?
I believe that that's within your discretion to approve different materials. If they're to make changes, you would have the opportunity to deny it at final if you felt it wasn't consistent with that preliminary, but I believe that is within your discretion to approve those minor changes at final approval.
Okay. All right. One of the other issues that folks have raised that testified, I guess, at the public hearing at the Coventry townhomes were, the sight line. And I don't know if anybody's looked at that issue, Mr. Van Sistine. Well, what would somebody that lived over at Coventry, and of course that stretches out for several blocks, what would somebody see from that location or from the park in the distance? Because it's a distance from Coventry townhomes, but nonetheless, they've expressed at times they're concerned about seeing it on the horizon.
And I did prepare that view, or a view. I need to switch back over. There we go. Yeah. And obviously we didn't, well, you'll see, but I did not model Coventry accurately, so forgive that. You can kind of see where we are here, and folks that live there know exactly what that would be. And obviously the trees are not, the trees are somewhere, between 0, 40, 50 feet tall between, so that's obviously not modeled exactly accurate, but I think this at least gives an idea of, what you might see there, and I can kind of move up a little just to give an idea of where that particular viewpoint is from. Obviously, if you move closer, you'll see a little more. We're about midway there. So if you move back, you see less. So,
Mr. Menarek, were you say something?
I was just going to say that the model doesn't quite accurately represent that end of Centennial Lakes. It's quite dense and full of trees. You would, however, the tops of the building, that's what you would see from that view. Even a lot of the pictures along the promenade, like Councilmember Pierce took, you can definitely see there's a lot of trees, there's a lot of vegetation that's beginning to screen. We did have feedback that maybe it's on our best interest to start to berm up some of that edge condition, even plant more denser trees. I think there is a nice synergy between the promenade and the landscape that we're proposing, but it's pretty easy to increase the number of trees that we're showing there. But that end of Centennial Lakes is quite dense, and you can't even see it from when you're in Centennial Lakes out towards the promenade. It's almost like a point of discovery as you get through the vegetation. So,
Member Pierce.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. So I do think that's a challenge, and it's more so, I think, throughout the whole site. And the challenge is this project, it is so complex that it's hard for people to understand how to experience it, how they're going to experience it. We just talked about what Coventry would see. If you're on the promenade and you are sitting on a bench behind 71 France, and I think, and then when you walk towards the Macy's site, right, we're getting emails from residents who feel as though when this building is constructed, it's going to be constructed right on the promenade, but it's not. And so how do you, these buildings are further from the promenade than the district parking ramp at Pinstripes and 71 France by a significant amount, right? Almost 3 times as far from the existing promenade. And then you're recommending that we're going to extend or create more promenade, but in your visuals, people see the extension and it feels like that's the promenade. And so this is a preliminary, right, your preliminary vote. But we got to solve that, right, moving forward. People have to understand what it's going to feel like, what they're actually going to see, because that, in all honesty, makes it really difficult for us when we're talking to residents as well.
Yeah, I totally understand that. The hard part when you go to show a project is when you put all the trees in place, nobody can see the project. So architects tend to selectively pull landscape out so you can actually see what the character feels like on a building. You know, even in the central courtyards, we've pulled out a lot of landscape just so you can get the feel for the architecture. Right. So I totally understand that. And I think there is a way we could do this, is to actually take a photograph and then superimpose the building in behind it. And people would see that you barely see the building with what's there today, let alone what we're adding. Right. You know, I've done a similar thing with, one of my first projects I ever did was with Carlson Properties on 394. They wanted to do a parking ramp in the woods and wanted to see what it felt like. And surprisingly, it looked exactly like the rendering. At the end of the day, you could barely see the ramp but people were very concerned that you'd see this parking ramp.
That is one of the things Patrick and I talked about.
It's so easy for us.
We were able to superimpose it. So that you could, from a point on the promenade that is existing today. So if you stand on this yellow square and you look north, here's what it's going to look and feel like to you. And I did think that these drawings at least started to help me understand where the existing promenade is and where you're extending it. But you still can't experience it, but you can certainly see where 71 France is.
Which is half the distance, yeah.
Yeah, and then where these new proposed buildings are.
I think some of the confusion before, too, was that we weren't showing the south side of the promenade. We were showing the north side, so people thought that was the path, and then the other path was right next to our building, which it wasn't. You know, the bike path is even further away. So that led to some confusion as well. And Councilmember Risser, we looked it up. It's about 5 feet, but we can increase that distance.
How will you do that? Because are you going to eliminate the patio then, or?
We can work with the patio, or we can also talk to Three Rivers about the alignment of the path as well. So
the patio could inset slightly, or the stairs are nice, but
we can bury the stairs into the patio as well.
Right.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, so 3 feet is the buffer, and then you're 2 feet beyond the buffer?
Currently, the way it's shown in the drawings, in the renderings, yeah, but we can take a hard look at that and make it, if there's a set distance you want it to be at, we can talk to Three Rivers about that as well.
Jackson.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I think this might be a good time for me to ask about the impervious surfaces, because I think as we're moving along the promenade, right now it's grass, and we're looking at a lot of sidewalks going in. And you've got the sidewalk of the promenade. Can you talk a little bit about whether there's a way to increase impervious surface and get rid of some of the sidewalks, or what the purpose the sidewalks serve?
Yeah, we were just trying to make some of the first things we heard when we went to the city and people we talked to in early meetings was that they really wanted this to feel like it was an extension of the promenade. So there's this real concerted effort about trying to make multiple points of access to kind of pull people through the development and connect them to the promenade. Since then, when we've kind of talked to the park board and stuff and met with council and planning commission, that, well, maybe it's a few too many access points. So we're more than willing to create less access points, maybe 3 key ones, one in the center, one on the north end, one on the south end, and then increase buffering as well if needed. We do think that the porosity of it is kind of a nice feel along the walking path, but that's our perception. If people want that to be denser, we can easily do that. With the materials that are in there, it's kind of a mix. We have a mix of kind of like hardscape, because we have to have some specific hardscape for the fire trucks to be able to turn around. That kind of creates that thickness there that we probably wouldn't want to have. We probably wouldn't want a path that wide. But we can also begin to address that by putting in some secondary materials that are maybe a little more porous, more sustainable, kind of capturing water versus just running it off, that sort of thing as well.
So what I'm looking at are really 3 different areas. So along the promenade, you're adding a lot of sidewalks. And I know that the restaurant is there and you'll want to have some cafeteria outside, but it seems like a lot of those sidewalks are redundant to the sidewalk of the promenade. And that makes it feel more urban from what's there now. And then the interior promenade has a lot of little islands. And I love Centennial Lakes, but in front of the Hughes Pavilion where those circular planters are, it's just, I don't want that effect at all. It's hard to snow shovel, it's hard to walk around, it's not welcoming. So the extent that you can in the interior, I know you've got to get the fire trucks through in the various places, but if you can increase that porosity, and then on the southwest building, again, you've got the bike trail, the sidewalk, or the cars, the street, and then more sidewalks. And so every time you put a piece of cement down, it feels more urban. So I think that's part of the perception as well, that it's like, well, feels like the promenade is shrinking because suddenly we've got a lot more sidewalks through there.
Yeah, and again, I think it's a perception thing because we're way off the promenade trail when our actual trail starts. We have connections that tie into the promenade, but they're set back 10 plus feet before our trails start. The thickness of that one right in the middle, again, is the fire truck turnaround, which is a requirement. That could be just a big ugly hammerhead, but we tried to make it look like something better.
Right.
And then as you move through, we're trying to break up that 20-foot wide width again. And we can try to extend some of those islands so they don't feel like little dots of landscape like you're talking about. And I think we've done that for the most part, but we're also trying to provide areas for people to sit and gather and, socialize as well in that environment. And then the other trail on the south side of the southwest building, that was kind of a requirement of the connector potentially underneath France and the 50-foot easement, because we do have the 9 Mile Creek Trail on the south side of Gallagher, but we have to repeat it to get people along through that corridor, which was a request made to us. I think in our perfect world, we'd reduce that corridor and put 20 more feet in the central promenade, and then Mr. Mayor wouldn't really be questioning us about the size of the space because it'd be a lot wider. But I think that allows us access to that green space. It allows us secondary access where people don't have to cross Gallagher at its busiest point and can make that connection to the promenade from the underpass or overpass potentially in the future.
Okay,
so that's why that's there.
Yeah, that's helpful.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Member Agnew.
Hopefully it's just a quick and easy question. Right now, again, just remind me what the current percentage of EV chargers is for residents specifically. And I know we had talked about wiring for more. I want to understand where are we at today and what would be the maximum that we could achieve and what's the impact of wiggle room on that?
Councilmember, EV charging, I know at the city code requires, I believe, 5% off the bat charging stations ready to go with chargers, stalls with chargers. I think city code also requires another 5 or 10% of stalls to run conduit and be prepared for charging. We will be meeting those minimums. One thing is that, and we're aware of them, and it's part of our budget. One thing that we're investigating internally is actually providing more. We are looking forward and feel that the demand will only increase over time. So happy to respond to any specific requests, but we acknowledge the base requirement and we're investigating more at this point.
Okay, thank you. That is really where my question was going. I think that we have a little bit of catching up to go with our current code and reality. Can you speak to, 30 years down the road, would we be able to achieve, with some flexibility, 100% or 50%, or what are the possibilities within the constraints of the parking ramps as we currently are going to be having them?
I can take the first swing and then I'll turn it over to partner developer on the project here. Constraints. So the ability to add additional EV charging in the future is there. Something that we want to be prepared for as well. The initial constraints is the sizing of your transformers on site, and sometimes we have to use different transformer systems for these car charging. I don't know how it'll be set up through Excel on this particular project, but what could happen, and I'm just trying to cut to the chase on your question here, we could set this up for, say, 15% car charging or 20% or whatever it may be, and someday we need 30 or 40 or whatever. In that event, we'd have to be upgrading the transformer and rerunning additional conduit or lines down into the basements or the parking structures to upgrade that. Achievable, but to your point, it's not part of the initial program, not something we're afraid of. This is a normal circumstance in every project we work on. So I think we have flexibility. Mr. Landhauser, is that similar to your?
Good evening. Ben Landhauser, Lifestyle Communities, 4938 Lincoln Drive, Edina, Minnesota. On the southwest building specifically, and I think similar to what Patrick's team has looked at for other buildings that they've developed in the past, this is a continually evolving marketplace where more things are being 100% EV or the plug-in hybrid. We've been seeing tremendous change and evolution in options for the charger types. We've been dealing with our electric subcontractors on planning kind of that forward-thinking total infrastructure build-out. If anyone's familiar with kind of the Tesla supercharging stations that are in place now throughout this metro and other places, that's generally how that system will evolve over time. They may not need to do a second transformer. There may just be an understanding as more people have EV needs in the garage that as you add additional chargers, if everyone's charging at the same time, everyone can, but the overall power surge or the longevity of time that it takes to charge right now is probably going to increase some. And I think over time, as those chargers continue to evolve, systems get better, cars' demand for that electricity evolve as well, that build out becomes a little bit easier to contemplate than right now. We're seeing such a surge in manufacturers creating more vehicle types. We've at least simplified the type of charger that will be used moving forward. So I think that thing is continuously on our mind. On the condominium part, we'll easily meet that minimum. We're seeing even in other product that we're developing, we have more and more people where they have an EV charge, EV ready car or not, they're at least asking us to provide one to their designated stall up front because they know that it will eventually be a demand again, whether it's a plug-in hybrid version or a full EV vehicle.
Member Jackson.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I have a structural question. A lot of people have written in concerned about the sewer capacity here, and I believe that a realignment of the sewer line is part of this project. Could you tell us some about that, please?
That'd be a question for Director Milner.
Yeah, I can speak to that.
Yeah, great.
So today on the northeast corner of the property, we have a sewer line, city-owned sewer line that cuts kitty corner across the property. So it really impacts their northeast building. So we reviewed it, we looked at the model and the grades, and they could realign it, and we're requiring that as part of the project, just to reline the sewer pipe around that northeast building and tie back into the mainline sewer that goes down the promenade to the east towards Richfield. So it's a condition of approval tonight. If you do it, it's part of our memo, and they have to realign that pipe.
And will it have sufficient capacity for this project and maybe for future projects? Or is it change of capacity?
Yep. Whenever we look at realigning sanitary sewer pipes, we go to our consultant and identify the proper size for the pipes for our future models.
Okay, terrific. Thank you.
Yep.
Didn't we really go through that recently with Richfield and increased capacity in southeast?
We have a lot of capacity at the border with Richfield. There's just different ways that the flows get there, and this is one of them, but we're adding capacity on York over the next few years to offload some of the capacity that weaves all the way around and comes through this Macy's site. So there's an opportunity to upsize a little, but then we're also just going to relieve this pipe with some future improvements next year on York Avenue.
You'd had some reservations about sewer capacity here like you did over off 169 Brent Road. I assume you would have told us.
We have no reservations here. There's plenty of capacity for this project.
Other questions? I was out there today and took a photo. I wanted to have you guys address this issue. It deals with, we were just talking about the 9 Mile Creek Trail on the south side of the existing building. And just to the north of the trail, there's some beautiful 50-foot trees. And it would be terrific to hang on to those trees. I'm not making any assumptions about what's going to happen here on a vote, but if this were approved, is there an opportunity to protect these trees? Or do you see these trees coming down?
This is along the south side of 9 Mile Creek Trail.
Yeah, well, you can see this trail's right
North
to
side,
the,
yeah, right.
it's the north side, the trail's right to the left there.
Right, I'm trying to get my bearings here.
On the it's
Yeah.
yeah, it's on the south side of the project, and you can see the Macy's home store bunkered in there on the right. Barely.
Yeah, there it is. I think definitely that we can take a look at that. There's obviously a restriction barrier for the 9 Mile Creek Trail as kind of the edge of the property that construction would have to respect that. So I think we could definitely take a look at how this works. And as we get further away from where it connects to the promenade, the trail actually deviates further away from the property just by its natural curve that it follows today, being on the south side of Gallagher. So I think it does possibly provide us some opportunity to take a look at those. It's different with every type of tree. The root structure and the root systems. Certain trees, evergreens, that would be a little bit easier, but other trees with a big, dew line or large canopy will have root systems that will expand that distance, and any kind of impact on that may have some impact on the tree. So it's particularly oaks and certain species.
Okay. What I hear you saying is that something we could potentially address between preliminary and final.
Yeah.
All right. Okay.
I just want to emphasize all of those trees on the documents that we reviewed, all of these trees are marked for being eliminated along the trail.
We can take a look at it, for sure.
And Mayor.
Brown.
Thank you, Mayor. Noted on the concern, we also share the same motivation. If we can keep trees, we want to keep them. We think these are beautiful trees and obviously add to the environment that we want to honor and be a part of. Noted on the current plan that's showing the removals for the sake of transparency, because I've tried to be this way the entire time we've been working with you guys on this project. Obviously, it's a dense site. There's a lot going on. These spaces and corridors will get tight during construction. And so we're going to have to take a hard look at what space we have available. I actually would like to take a second look at the tree removal plan and see if there's anything that we can save, whether it's on the south side or on the east side of the site against the promenade. If we can incorporate that, we will, but we'll investigate it. The only thing I can do, right here, we can't commit to exactly what that means, but we will investigate it and work with city staff and come back with results for final, assuming we move forward for final approval.
And to add to that, the city's report did indicate the number of trees being removed versus the number of trees going in was well over what was required. So we will be adding some back in, and maybe that is, if they do get impacted in some way just because of alignment, we could maybe talk about a larger species of tree. I know the city of Edina requires specific 4-inch caliper trees of a certain number. So there will be some larger trees definitely going into this project as well. There is also the discussion with 9 Mile about widening that trail by their request. So depending where that falls, could have some impact on those trees as well, because they are pretty tight to that trail.
Okay. All right. Yeah, they are. So when we get over on the east side, Member Pierce has some questions for you about, that what you tried to achieve is a kind of a seamless transition between public realm and private property. And so people walking along the promenade, for example, would be sort of invited in, and the restaurant is there. And all that's a good idea, but when you walk out there now, there's some benefit, and people have pointed this out to some of the privacy elements of it. I think Member Pierce has some questions about that.
Sure.
Go ahead. Yep. And then, Mr. Brown, you and I also talked about this. So I think there's kind of two comments. One, when we were talking about the trees, I do think it would be wise to do an analysis if we're replanting trees to figure out, well, what height do those trees need to be in order to provide screening given where the proposed building might be and where you might be standing on the promenade. Because while some of those trees are 40, 50 feet, day one, they may not need to be, because you can't replace it with a 50-foot tree. But you might find that a certain type of tree at 20 feet might actually provide the screening because the building is further away than, say, like 70, where 71 France is on the promenade. And so I think we will have some requirements of size of trees that you replant. It actually would be better to be really strategic in where that's done, right? And so I'm not suggesting that you wouldn't be strategic, but we should be really planful and think through size of tree and where those might be. And then along the promenade where today there are, where's my note, mounds or berms that provide that natural feeling of separation. And so we for sure want to be able to either keep that or add that kind of landscaping to provide, like the mayor was saying, both things. If you're on the trail, that feeling of you're on the trail, right? Versus, and then when you get to a certain spot where it opens up and you've extended the promenade and you want to activate that to have people come in, to then just be very strategic and creative in how we accomplish both of those things, but doing it with landscaping and not with fences and concrete and those types of things.
Yeah, Councilmember Pierce, it's super critical for us to make that landscape feel seamless like that. And a lot of those areas where we're providing that buffer between the existing trail and that secondary trail on the property, the intent was to berm a lot of those areas. We do show some areas that might, accent the promenade with what it could offer that. But also the reduction of possibly a couple entry points will allow us to extend that landscaping as well. And you're totally right about the types of trees and the selection. I think it's a good balance of whether it's coniferous or deciduous, faster growing trees versus slower growing trees, the caliper inch size. And if you think about a 6-foot height, as you're looking at a 20-foot tall tree, what you're going to see beyond that, obviously in winter it's different than it is in summer. But, for a coniferous tree, it's going to block a lot of the view, as would in the summer, it would, as a deciduous tree, it would as well.
Yep, that's exactly what I'm referring to. Thanks.
Member Jackson.
Yes, thank you.
This dialogue is causing people to think of other things they want to ask about.
So at last meeting, we talked about the west side of the property and the sidewalk that runs along there and concerns about ADA accessibility. And, I had talked about, and I think one of the testifiers talked about having a ramp-like sidewalk instead of the sidewalk along France and then the stairs going up. I noticed you didn't change that. Can you sort of talk through the reasoning on that, please?
For ease of modification of a model in a short period of time, yeah.
Okay.
We accomplished one of your things to request the kind of the transitional sidewalk along France to have a bit of a buffer. We've addressed that, and the next step we'll be doing is looking at that ADA accessibility more closer and adjacent to the building to provide that secondary means of access that kind of separates the uses of the restaurants with the landscape and the street. A couple things come to mind is that, it could all be a temporary landscape too if the underpass ever goes through or an overpass of any kind. So there's some thought there too, but we've thoughtfully put some effort into thinking about how that could work in not necessarily the same way, because I'm not a big fan of the Lunds-Byerly's one, but I think that we could do something a little more elegant that kind of meanders through the landscape to pull people away from the main circulation sidewalk.
Yeah, the one thing about the Lunds-Byerly is the quietest footpath along France. I remember walking there and I was shouting, and then we got to, I was like, we've got regular inside voices then. And then we started shouting again when we got in front of the Macy's store. So that's one thing I really like. But so you're kind of thinking that, well, and as you say, it will all be moot if we dig it up, but having a two-sidewalk approach as opposed to merging them into one.
We definitely heard what you said about that being a commuter sidewalk versus a shopper, pedestrian, experiencer kind of sidewalk closer to the building. So yeah, that's the intent.
Okay.
And I think what you're saying, that's such even a thin barrier at Lunds-Byerly. Think about what we have here, how much more shelter and sound that'll provide in that sense.
For sure. And then unrelated to that, but to the mayor's comments at the last meeting, on the north side of that northwest building, the parking that's there, can that be adjusted to be parallel parking instead of nose-in parking? Okay.
Yeah, we're willing to make that change if that's the direction of the council. Yep, no problem.
Okay, terrific. Thank you.
I'm going to ask you about that one, if you wanted to raise that again. Member Risser, then Member Pierce.
Building off of Member Jackson's question about the ADA accessibility, can you elaborate on what you mean by, you mentioned a restaurant? So just kind of walk me through or roll me through how somebody in a wheelchair would get up to the promenade that you're creating.
We're up right now. Oh, perfect. That's fine. I can drive here as well. So currently, there's a restaurant on this side of the building and on this side of the northwest building, southwest and northwest. Those would have walkways that will travel along the front. The restaurant opportunity will wrap into the central promenade on both sides. I think even on this side, there might be some opportunity for how that might connect or have some view sheds over to the intersection as well. But these sidewalks or these pass-through, and that's what we've been talking about with Councilmember Jackson, making this a pretty clear designated pedestrian flow. We have the opportunity to, as we connect, currently we haven't connected this because the privacy, and we didn't know how much it wanted to be public, but we have the opportunity to be able to slope up and connect to that walkway that'll engage you into the central plaza space, and on the same thing on the other sides as it comes down and connects as well. The ability to be able to slope down and get down to sidewalk level as well. Very similar to Lens Byerly's, but, you know.
You would enter through the restaurant?
No,
Okay.
outside the front of the restaurant. So you'd be in front of the building on the southwest building, and on the northwest building, the same thing. You'd be in front, traveling in front of the restaurant. And the restaurant's patio would be separate.
But how, and
No, there.
that, I'm not seeing how you get from France, the sidewalk on France.
So when we're on France here, we'd come over to this location to the corner of the building. There'd be a sidewalk that would travel up and get at the same elevation as the Central Plaza here. And then once we got by that, I don't know what happened. Did I? Oh, and once we got by that, then the same thing would happen here. Once we got by the patio, we'd start to slope down again. So currently what you're seeing is a sidewalk in front of the restaurants on both sides, but what we would do, we'd add a ramp to that in both locations. We don't have enough space in the center to ramp up directly, and most of the pedestrian flow would be coming either from the north or the south that would engage that central plaza.
Follow on, Member Risser.
So if you were coming from the east with friends or whatever, some of you are walking, some of you are rolling, you would not go down the you would not stay together down the central. You would go in a different, but I suppose you could all go along the restaurant path. Okay, thank you.
And to be honest, the central access is almost more for view and character than it would be use, because everybody's going to be coming from the north or the south until a potential underpass or overpass happens there. So all the pedestrian traffic will be flowing from north or south, similar to Lens Byerly's. You know, there's no central kind of access point that anybody's getting to. They're coming from the north or the south.
Just a comment. We are breaking away from standard process in that we have received a lot of information about changes after the public hearing. And I was surprised to see so many new documents that were part of the packet. And so I've been kind of hustling to understand and wrap my head around the changes. I feel as if we are really short-circuiting process.
Well, Member Pierce.
I was just going to respond.
Yeah, go ahead.
Just a quick response to Member Risser's comments. A lot of the new documents, I think they've come because of comments and feedback we've heard from residents. I have, and this isn't about me, but I'll use myself as an example, going out to the site multiple times over the past few weeks, all of us reading the emails, hearing the questions, and then going back to the developer to say, all right, here's what we're hearing. Is there, show me this, help me understand what this looks like or feels like on site. And then because of that, new documents are drafted to help explain more. And so I actually appreciate the back and forth and trying to really help come up with more clarity around what we're looking at versus just using the original documents.
There's another aspect to it too. I think, Mr. Brahma, in visiting with you, why don't you come up to the podium, please? Between the meeting we had a couple weeks ago and tonight, my understanding is you've also met with the neighbors. Is that correct?
Mr. Mayor, that's correct. Yes, we met with the HOA, the York HOA, and then virtually they invited the Coventry development as well. So yes, last Friday we did about a 2-3 hour meeting.
All right.
Well, I apologize. I didn't send out the invite. York did, and I was a guest, so that was maybe I misunderstood what they said. So I apologize if that was inaccurate, but that was my understanding. Apologies if that's inaccurate.
All right. Thank you. Well, we've got a couple of different resolution proposals here for 2024-40. One is an approval, one is a denial. And I'm thinking that, you know, there's a couple of ways we could approach this. We could start by having a general conversation about people's thoughts on the project, or we could start with a motion one way or the other and see where that goes. It strikes me that it might be more fruitful and productive to have a conversation amongst council members so we can hear different perspectives on this before we get to the resolution phase. And so, for no particular reason, I think because you were the last one to ask questions, Member Risser, do you want to give us your thoughts on what you're thinking about from having been involved in this for the past few weeks?
Sure. I think, you know, when this is a project that is complex, and if we could go to an image that shows the whole site, that would be really helpful. The Macy's lot encompasses streets, existing streets, and then proposed new streets. And it does have the bike trail. And I remember I was going back, I went back to the very first sketch plan proposal where there wasn't awareness of a bike trail. And so we've really moved and progressed in, you know, through a lot. And, you know, we've gotten to this point. But I am concerned about the process that we are using, and I'm concerned about the scale of the project. And I think these two are interconnected because although in our code it says buildable land means all land except wetlands, public waters, and land dedicated for streets, when we calculate how many residents per acre can go on a site, we include the space that is occupied by streets. And so that's, I think, really one of the reasons, and I've been thinking a lot about development in Edina and how there is a narrative that there's a fear of densification, but we've been putting in a lot of market rate apartments. In fact, we've reached the goal that was set by the Met Council. And I think one of the reasons why there is frustration from residents is because, you know, when we calculate density, you get to include streets along with that. And so it's kind of like you get to have your cake and you get to eat it too. And the numbers just end up being numbers that people object to. They just seem too high. And so that's one thing that I'm thinking about. But the other thing I'm thinking about, and I've been spending a lot of time, like my colleagues, on the promenade, and it is a very quiet, peaceful place. And you sit on the bench behind the Macy's site, and you can't really hear the traffic from France. You hear birds. It's quiet, and it's a very lovely place to be. And I think about that. I was talking to a resident who walked by, and I asked, do you walk the promenade a lot? And then he sat down and talked to me, and it was really helpful because his perspective was he knew that development needed to happen, and he didn't really have big concerns or a big excitement about the development. I don't think he really had studied it much, but he said, we do need to have more residents, and this will probably be developed for residential. They need to be able to experience the promenade. They need to be able, this is a special place. This is a walkable place. And that really stuck with me. And there is something very special about Centennial Lakes and the promenade. And you think about it coming from an era where there really was this love and concern about the commons and we created out of a commercial space, a public wonder, really. And the promenade is an extension of that. So when I look at the development and I see how large it is, the word massive has been used a lot. I am concerned. We haven't talked about the dog park. I think that's going to change the sound, the character of being on the promenade. We've talked about what are people going to see, but what are people going to hear? We've heard from Park and Rec, please don't put a dog park adjacent to the promenade. And I see the logic of that. They've got signs saying this is not a trail in the area where there are plants, because they already have a lot of dog poo that has to get picked up. And I think, that's one issue. The other issue is the noise. And some people want to have a really quiet experience. Is that going to happen? If that's part of it. There's a lot going on here. As Councilmember Pierce said, it is a complicated site. And so I feel like every time I go out to the site, I think of something new and I notice something different. So I am very concerned about the garages not being adequate for deliveries. That's a problem. Really, there was one planning commissioner who voted against this, and she said, I feel that was Commissioner Padilla, who said, I feel as if this project, I'm paraphrasing, is not at the point where it needs to be. I need to see another iteration before I can vote on this. And I feel like there's so many loose ends, and that is really staying with me. So,
thank you for that. Member Pierce.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. So I have, I thought about this quite a bit, as all of us have been out to the promenade and talked to several residents. And this is a really complicated project, like I said earlier, but there's so much in it. And so, similar to Member Risser, every time I go out there, I either notice something new or I learn something different. I talk to somebody else that walks the promenade often. I talked to one person in particular who asked if it was all rental. And I said, no, there's condo, there's a mix. And they said, well, if there's condos, I'll buy one. And so I asked, well, why would you want to buy one? They live on the promenade currently. And he said, he would want to update or upgrade to a new building. And this would be an opportunity to do that. And so I think for every development, every project almost, the themes are the same. And we talked about this a little bit as I walked out with the developer. We talk about density, we talk about traffic, we talk about sustainability, and it actually doesn't matter if we're talking about a complex of this size or 2 houses being built across the street from Jerry's. It's the same 3 things. And so we, as a council, what I try to do is try to put myself in the shoes of the residents who live and use that space. And so that I've shared some of my comments earlier. I do think that this has the potential, I think it really has the potential to be something special in that space. But it's transitionary in nature, right? And what I mean by that is if you live in your house today and we add a sidewalk and you didn't want one, right? You were irritated that you got that sidewalk, and you might be irritated for years. But when you sell your house, the next person who buys it is like, oh man, I'm glad there's a sidewalk there. But these things are cycles, right? And so it's transitionary in nature. But the tough part is that I think we have to understand the current wants and needs of residents as we think about the future. And so I do feel like this has the potential to be something pretty special. My first trip out there, trying to get the sense after receiving lots of emails about infringement on the promenade, going out and really trying to see, well, what does that look and feel like? And kind of measuring it to go, all right, well, the parking ramp behind Pinstripes in 71 France are more intrusive to the promenade than any of this is. And so we have to tell that story so that people can at least see and feel that. And then not only that, but we're proposing to extend the promenade, right? And so it could be nice. We're adding more space to it in a certain, making it in my opinion, has the potential to be an even better amenity than it is today. But we have to make sure that, right, that happens. One of the other things I looked at is the height and the density on the site. So when you look at that one view of the buildings, it is. I mean, it's extremely dense. But part of the reason it seems so dense is because there's nothing there today. The building there today is underground, right? And so the 11-story building is along France. The 7-story buildings are the same height as 71 France, but they're further back from the promenade. And so then I asked the question, well, all right, if I'm standing in this spot, there was a gentleman there eating lunch one of the times I was there. I took a photo of it, and I sent that in. I said, all right, if I'm sitting right here, what am I going to see? Right now, I see blue sky because there's no building there. You can kind of see the Macy's. And so we talked about, all right, from that spot, this is what you'll see. And we kind of walked to where the opening would be between the buildings. And so I got comfortable with the potential that this could be something special in terms of what we were able to do to extend the promenade. But we got to be smart about where we put trees, the trees that we can save, where we do burns to ensure that that's the case. The landscaping architecture we use, to Member Jackson's point, right? If on the nature side, we should be using nature, right, to make sure that folks who use the promenade on a daily basis still feel like it's the amenity that they are used to as well. Let me look at my notes. I do also believe that we have done a good job. Earlier I said nice job, nice job. Maybe I'll just say average, because we still can do more. And my comment is connecting with the neighbors. I don't think we can underestimate how important it is to continue that process. Because as we do our jobs, residents are also seeing different views. They're learning more. They also have different wants and needs, and that's going to continue to grow. So the next time you come and you're able to say, well, we met with Coventry, I want that to be true. So let's make sure that we're able to do that. And then I do have a couple of, another comment. To remember Risser talked about process. There is a bit of process here that I'll talk about, and that it still just irritates me that we do it this way, because I know that the developer at some point is going to come with a TIF request. We don't know how much that is, right? And the construct that they would do that actually is a construct that the city has. So if we're doing all this public realm work, we're extending the promenade, all of those types of things, there are some things that we're doing where we would say, all right, we can give a little bit to get these other amenities. However, I kind of don't like voting on a project without having some kind of sense of that. And so I did ask that question last week, and we don't know what that is. Maybe the developer won't even ask. Maybe it'll all be private funded. I don't know. But from a process standpoint, to ask for a vote on a proposed development, knowing that we're going to come back for final, I would want that and all these other questions to be able to be answered when we do the final as best as we can. And then I know with TIF, that's going to go to the HRA as well. So that process, it is a little out of sequence to me. So I want to make sure you hear me say that. When we come back for final, I would like to see those things be more clear. And then the couple of questions, one more comment. I do like the fact that we have talked about owner-occupied affordable housing. And so I am glad to see that you have some of that in this proposal. My question there, and this may be a broader question, on the owner-occupied side for affordable housing, what's the target? I think it's 80% of AMI. Is that what I read in there? What's the median target price for condos? And if you could just do the market, right, for that.
Yeah, so if I went just off of today's published value through Met Council of what that sale price is for somebody at the 80% AMI, it's just north of $290,000 as what that sale price can be.
Okay. And then for market, what's your ranges there?
So we have larger units that aren't at that threshold that are probably going to be closer to kind of the $500,000 to north of $1 million, just depending on, we have some units, a couple on the top floor that are in excess of kind of 1,800 square feet where they're getting a couple thousand where they're more penthouse style units. So they'd command a higher price point just because they're taking up more space.
For me, that's important because we've looked at our median home value in Edina, and as we approach 6, 7, 7.5 to 8 years, we're projecting our median home value to be $1 million. And so when I talk about affordable housing, we definitely need that. But we also talk a lot about general housing affordability. And so in that, $500,000 to right now the median home value in Edina is $660,000. And so somewhere in there, like that's good for the community to have owner occupied that is can be reasonably affordable, as well as providing some affordable housing units at the 80% AMI. Then my second thing, I am still concerned about funding. So I asked that question the last time, and you gave an answer to that. And it's hard sitting up here to be able to judge that without looking at your financials. But I will say, we don't want to end up with another demolished site in addition to the ones directly across directly across from you, from this site, or the U.S. Bank site, right? And so we have emails from residents outlining that too. And so we really don't want that. So I would, I'll ask the same question again when you come back, because that's important to us. I think if out of everything, we know if this project goes forward and it's a construction site, there'll be some impact to the promenade's daily use. Well, nothing could be more intrusive than to have a big hole where the Macy's is that just sits there for 2 years while you get your funding together. And so that is that's really important that we understand when we're going to be able to start, and we're able to do it in a way that respects the promenade and the residents that live there. I think that might be, I think that's it.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Member Pierce. Member Agnew.
Thank you. So I'm not going to bury the lead on this. I really like it. I do. I love the activation, the engagement, the connectivity, the artwork. And in many ways, I do like the density. I'm so excited about how this is going to enable us to connect to the other side of France and to marry these projects together, one of which is an empty hole right now. But I know that that's where we've really been working intentionally as a city to bring these projects together, because it's things like that I think are really going to make or break this. I love the inclusion of the restaurants, and I love thinking about community here and what that community draw can feel like. As we were going through some of the imagery, I think this was last time, right? But I'm even thinking of where we have those chairs, and is there a restaurant that has like little packed s'more kits and you're making s'mores out there? And it sold to me the vision of how can this bring the community together and draw them into this site. I love the invitation to the park that is then created too on the south side. I think that the promenade is such an amazing asset that we have, and now it's going to be featured more. We've talked about how it is kind of a hidden gem, and I can see this being that entry point into the site. And I also hear the fear and I understand the concerns with such a major change. This type of evolution within our city is always nuanced and a challenge. And, when we hear from some people, some of the ideas, and I always really, really appreciate it when we get ideas of what else could we have on this site when people aren't excited about a development that we are evaluating. And a lot of those ideas just aren't possible, right? If we consider this to potentially be just a community location, a community theater, we've talked about the need for some type of community theater. We've considered those kinds of things as a city, and right now we can't afford to do that. And I think that needs to play into this. And we also hear then, we don't need TIF, or we shouldn't be considering TIF. And I know that that's not what we're discussing tonight, But I think that Member Pierce just made that clear too. Financing is so difficult for these types of projects. And I know that there's always this balance of you need to have enough density for it to make sense. This is a prime piece of land. It's an expensive piece of land. And so there's always that ratio of how much density to make it work to financially cover the investment that you're making into this area, and the balance then of how much density is too much density. When we, looked at the planning for our city and our area, we said that if there's going to be density anywhere, it's going to be in this area. We even said when we were looking at the Estelle project, no, we want it on the other side of France. And this is the side of France that we said that we wanted to have that density on. So I want to make that clear that this is a part of what we as a city have put into the plans, and where we have seen when or if there is density, where that density belongs. Again, I know we're not voting on TIF tonight, but I also want to just give you some insights into my perspective on that. If you consider moving forward, if it does move forward, I'm going to be fine using TIF for some of the things like the connection to the promenade, the community components that are a draw, especially the over, under, whatever the France connectivity is going to be. I think that's a priceless component. Well, no, there will be a price, but it's a really valuable, I'll say, to our community. And honestly, I don't usually say this, but even TIF for the parking to me makes sense, because what you did is you took parking and you put it underground, which activates those main levels. I know there's still one level of parking, but it helps activate a little bit more at that level. And you met the ask that we had to make it convertible down the road if we identify that we no longer need that much parking, and I know that that's a cost. I'm not going to be comfortable using it for affordable housing, because affordable housing is a requirement to develop within this city, right? We're talking about $1 million plus penthouse condos, and as a part of developing within the city, I think the expectation has been set for a long time that building in affordable housing is a core component of that. So kind of my balance, and those are my overarching thoughts. And now I do have some very specific asks. Do everything that you can to make sure that this feels friendly, welcoming, safe. And I mean that obviously for the people that would be living there, but for everyone a part of the community. I also want to think through how we can potentially bring in more of a setback from the promenade. I know that when you walk it right now, yes, there's the parking ramp that's much closer, but right now as you do walk it, it does feel peaceful and serene because there's just the bunker. And so I know that we can't maintain that feel with this added density, but even increasing to 50 feet along that whole edge of the promenade. And I think echoing the mayor's comments too about enabling that to preserve some of the existing trees, I think would really add a lot of value. We've talked about landscaping, this will make or break the site. So I want to see all of the landscaping, artfully, strategically done. I think that that's just such an essential component to this. Regarding the dog park, someone with a dog, I love a dog park. I also understand there are complications with having it right on the promenade, from a noise perspective, from a smell perspective. And I've also heard in conversations with, other parents that there's not much of a park in this area of town. And so I want you to very carefully consider, should this be a dog park? And if so, should it move around the building a little bit? Or is this an opportunity for more of a children's play area? And I think as you're thinking through all of that, maintain that mindset of today, this is a serene area and we don't want to do a complete 180. And so how do we introduce some of these elements, but still keeping in mind what is the impact to sound and what sound would potentially travel throughout the promenade? How can you shield that with trees or whatever? I want to add in, again, I mentioned this last time, but potentially metered parking, or and this, I was thinking specifically, and you answered a little bit differently of what I was thinking for the north-south throughfare. But based off of the conversation with the Planning Commission, I don't want to see this be where residents park. And I know that that's a sentiment you share as well. So some type of hourly parking, not permit parking, that would be different, but even metered parking, I think, enables that. And then would also help address some of these other concerns that we have of being able to reserve parking. You can easily hood it then. All of those complications, I think, could be alleviated. This is personal preference. I would prefer not to have senior condos and have them open to everyone, but maybe not everyone shares that. I also really love the idea that Commissioner Felt had on the Planning Commission of the first floor, like art studio with a residential unit above. I'm not suggesting that that would be a requirement, but just something to actually consider, because I think that that's another way to bring people in, draw it in, and make what is going to be that eastern section that's probably more housing centric, as we've talked about, help draw people in. And then lastly, in my asks, clearly a lot, I would like to see some type of welcoming archway between the buildings. Almost thinking of like an elegant version of like the gas lamp district in San Diego, right? Like they have those archways, but something that like clearly welcomes people in, lets them know that there's a promenade on the other side, and maybe find some way to mirror the look and feel of what you'll have on the south side of the building, where I think we featured a little bit, it was green, but there's a park behind here, you can come in. So I think continue that look and that feel, but some type of elegant signage to invite people, draw people in. And then two things that I would like us to consider adding as requirements for this. One would be a wind study. I did Google it. Those are things that we can do. I know we haven't required it as a city, but it is something that we can commission. And that's because we have heard the concerns of the wind impacts of the Bower. I don't want this to become a wind tunnel. So I would like to know what do we see happening with the wind in this area, and then based off of what that study shows, mitigating some of those impacts. My second ask is that we add more EV wiring. I don't know if we would want to make it a specific percentage. Things are changing, and I know we talked about this a little bit too, like we're going to look at the market, but I would love to see 20 to 25% for initial start, just because of what we're seeing and changes. So those are my two kind of firm asks that I would ask as a council we consider putting into any potential approval tonight. But thank you.
Thank you, Member Agnew. Member Jackson.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I want to just kind of pull back and get a historical and 60,000 foot perspective here. This site is a former gravel pit. And we're looking at an investment of well over $250 million into a former gravel pit. It's going to bring in jobs, and it's going to bring in housing. So I just want to stop for a moment to appreciate how fortunate our community is, where we have the ability to say yes or to say no to this project. There are communities that are driven by need, that are calling for jobs in their community and are calling for housing in their community and not able to get it. So I just want to just say a moment of thanks for the benefit or the fortune that our city has, that we have the opportunity to say yes or no to such a huge project, and I'm really grateful for that. So there's a lot to like about this project, and there's just a lot to this project. It's very complicated. I love the fact that we all went out and walked it multiple times, measured everything, and just went over and over and talked to people. I appreciate everybody who reached out to comment, whether through the public hearing, Better Together, or through the emails and phone calls that we received. I really appreciate the input and as Member Agnew said, the ideas. I went back and looked at the Southdale chapter of the comprehensive plan again. And this really is where density is planned. And the whole idea of the Southdale plan is to break up these super blocks. This is a super block, and it's broken up beautifully. We've created street rooms here. There's a real sense of place in looking at what's in between the buildings. This is the densest area of the Southdale plan. It's a mix of residential and commercial, so there'll be lots of activation, daytime, nighttime, weekends, different types of activation. We've got ownership and we've got rental. We've got market, we've got inclusionary housing. And so it really has a lot of variety to it. This will add to the Southdale district. The big thing is the potential for the France crossing. That is huge for the whole Southdale area to get across France as a pedestrian. It's a very dangerous thing to do anywhere along France, and I love that opportunity. This will open up the bike trail and the entrance to the promenade. I love the fact that the building is shifted and signals, this is where the promenade is, this is where the bike trail goes. It's kind of hidden now, and it doesn't feel public. It's like, what is this thing that's here? It looks like a sidewalk, and where does it lead? And then you lead into Centennial Lakes. So I love the fact that it has that entrance to it. And also just that feeling of being able to access Centennial Lakes, because I lived here for quite a while before I even knew Centennial Lakes was there. And now we're going to have, if this goes forward, an entrance to Centennial Lakes that you can see more easily. It's more welcoming. The interior street is going to be very important, and I really appreciate that that's actually the entrance to the buildings is on that interior street, that's the front door. You know, there are four-sided buildings, and there's entrances on all sides. But the fact that, and I talked with some of our staff about the way that interior street works now, because I was concerned people are coming out of the Lunds Byerly's, cutting through the parking lot and going to the light. And having this street fairly narrow and fairly calm, we hope, will force some people to go north as they leave the Lunds Byerly and 71 France, some people to come south, and just to calm that all down quite a bit and really create that interior street, take some of the traffic off of France and make that connection. And I really appreciate that. This is a complex project, and I had to think about it several different ways. So I thought about the different levels. I thought about underground, I thought about the surface, and I thought about the buildings and the air and the light. So underground, as I mentioned, this is formerly a gravel pit. When the gravel pit was going to be developed, they just dumped stuff in there. They dumped in poor soil, poor sand. I looked at the geological report. Chunks of concrete. Who knows what all is down there, but it's not something that you really want to build a dense building on. So whatever's going to be built here has to be pretty big, because those are all fixed costs. So if we built townhomes, each one of those townhomes would have to take a tremendous amount of money to make this buildable. But if we build taller, more dense buildings, then that cost gets spread across these 4 buildings. And so there's quite a bit of remediation that needs to go into this site to build any sort of modern development. And also the sewer alignment. I think that's important that there is going to be sufficient sewer, it's going to be realigned, and it has the potential to help other sites along in the Southdale area. So I think regardless of the height and density of the buildings, we're going to have these fixed costs. So that's important in understanding the density. Then looking at the buildings, I like the idea of a wind study. I think that's important. I don't think that's going to have a wind tunnel the way the Bower does. They don't have those flat surfaces leading to a really tall building. It's more broken up, and I like the way it's articulated a little bit more in the plans that came tonight. I think that will help. But I don't think it can hurt to have some kind of wind study if it's feasible, as we are concerned about that. It's set back farther than the other spots, both along Centennial Lakes and on the Bower. The commercial build aspects of this will bring jobs into our community. And again, we're lucky in Edina that we don't have that conversation a lot, but I think it's really important that we bring in opportunities for people to live, work, and play in our community. It's got affordable housing that's both rental and ownership, has been mentioned earlier. And I have to say, I really like the condo building. I think it's exceptionally beautiful in the renderings. I think they're all, very interesting buildings, but that one just kind of jumps out at me architecturally. And then it's going to have the green building policy applied to it, as well as the inclusionary housing. So then the surface, and I think when the first time you guys came in here for sketch plan, I said, I don't really care so much about the buildings. What's the foot traffic going to be through this? And I think that's been extremely thoughtful in this. And one of the things, we met with the folks who put the Southdale plan together, and they said, this is all about having a conversation. And so I want to thank you for the conversation, because it has been. You came to sketch plan, I think, twice before you came to us, back and forth, iterative, and you've taken the comments, and we keep going back and forth. And that's exactly what the Southdale plan envisioned, was this iterative conversation process, and I really appreciate that. I think that it accentuates the bike trail. It connects people to the promenade and extends the promenade through the center. I really think the site is pedestrian-centered, and I appreciate the changes along France to keep that pedestrian safety there. And so I think that, to me, is the most important thing, is the pedestrian movement and just the movement in general on a human scale in this. Is this too much? People are worried. And I have to say, is it a fear of change? Is it a fear of density? Or is it simply too much? I think this is exactly what the Southdale plan had in mind for this spot. It is a place where we can have super density. It's an investment. I think it's future looking. And, I think that's probably where I'm at. I came in here tonight not knowing where I was going to vote, but as we've walked through this, I feel like the iterative process has worked, and I think this will be a real benefit to our community.
Thank you, Member Jackson. Well, I join my colleagues that are taking what I perceive to be the majority position here. This site, all of us have been driving by this site for years and looking at that bunkered-in furniture store. It looks like it belongs at NORAD headquarters in Colorado or something, and you wonder what goes on down there anyway. What else is in that building other than it's that front of a furniture store? There's got to be something in the basement, and you think, well, this is one of the best piece of properties in town. It really is. We think about 8 acres right there on France Avenue. All kinds of folks come to Edina. They want to have a France Avenue address. And when I first heard that this developer wanted to put 4 buildings on that 8-acre site, I thought, well, that sounds like 10 pounds of sugar in a 5-pound bag. But as we've worked on this together and they've listened to people's concerns, I think I don't think that way anymore. I don't feel that way anymore. That was more of a visceral reaction. So, you can't help but go back, as Member Jackson did, to the design experience guidelines and look to some of those things that were done several years ago when we first started seeing development out along France Avenue. And that was, how do we discuss the evolution of the district? And we thought about it through this sort of experiential lens that the framework itself, that design experience guideline framework, established how streets would be structured. And these folks have responded exactly to that notion of the 200 by 200 foot increment on the streets. The relationship of open space to buildings, and I think they've done quite a good job of that. And so when you start asking yourself questions like, does the proposed project support the public realm? And I have to say, in careful analysis, I think it does. When you put in public amenities and you make a public investment in something like Centennial Lakes and the Promenade, you expect that it will create private development around it, and that's exactly what it's done over time. It's just, there's a tremendous amount of investment there. It's not just the Coventry townhomes and Yorktown and others that are out there. It's those 5 office buildings. It's the shops at Centennial Lakes, which, you know, over the years I've gotten used to walking down there in the park, and you're walking by the sheer wall, which is the backside of all those shops, but it's covered with ivy, and the person that did the design work for Centennial Lakes did a fabulous job. And so you walk up that promenade now, as we've extended it north, when they built 71 France, and we let them basically build up to the lot line, just like we let the Coventry townhome developers build to the park lot line, no setback. It becomes part of the fabric of the promenade and part of the fabric overall Centennial Lakes, and the walkways up to the grocery stores and up to the restaurants and up to Galleria, even beyond the Southdale Mall. And so you get comfortable and used to that environment that you're in, and I think that same thing will happen here over time. So this project really does, to me, blend seamlessly into that public realm, and that's what we want to see when people come with projects. And is there, you know, also a kind of respect for the sort of larger context in which it sits? And I have to answer that question in the affirmative too when I ask myself that question. Or how does the proposed project enhance living, shopping, working, all these things that we think create human activity out there? I have to say that they've done a good job of that too. And the project is really, when you think about it, it's really organized around human activity. When I mentioned it earlier that there's a double challenge here, because you've got a commercial front on France Avenue, and you've got a natural front on the promenade. And so you've got to figure out how you're going to accomplish the goals of making sure that you fit in both environments. And I think they've done a good job of that as well. And also, you know, when you think about some of the other elements of the Southdale Design Experience Guidelines, does this project encourage healthy living habits? I think there's no question that it does, because it's created an environment where people want to be outside. They want to be moving. You can feel the fluidity and the energy of the site and the interaction with the promenade, where people can get out there, and even more folks can enjoy what so many of us enjoy right now. They come from all parts of Edina and really all parts of the region, especially during the summer months, to enjoy the park. And it also offers this entire spectrum of living opportunity. We're not only going to have market rate activity there, but we're going to see. I think it's 58 affordable units, and I think about a certain percentage of those owned units, which is, remember Pierce made that point, I think it's really important. So when you think about this overall, I think it really encourages this sort of district evolution that we're looking for here. And I think it works really well in conjunction with all of the public realm that we've laid in to have people take advantage of, and with essentially 45% of the project having public access and public use, and that being part of an adopted resolution to ensure that sort of protective level of public use. I think it's pretty important to think about. And I also commend these developers for modifying their plan when we started talking about that opportunity of thinking about, hey, wait a minute, there's 2 properties right across the street from each other in France Avenue, redeveloping at approximately the same time. Might there be a way to get people safely across France Avenue, under or over? And of course, you know, we've been talking about that amongst ourselves and with the county on how to do that. And I think most of us believe if we could go under and take that Centennial Lakes concept under France Avenue with that open, airy feeling, it would be quite remarkable to be able to connect those different parts of Edina. So I'm comfortable with what we're doing here in terms of the resolution that would adopt let me scroll back up to the beginning here. Preliminary rezoning overall development plan, preliminary site plan variances and subdivision for 7235 France Avenue. But adding some of these elements that I think are important. Now, when you get down to the restrictions portion of that ordinance, it is subject to approval of a landscape plan, but it's defined by the code. And what I've heard this council say is they want to be seeing a landscape plan that not only the code approves, but we approve, or the staff approves, understanding what we think is important. And that plan include consideration of the potential relocation of the 9-mile trail. It include the approval of a sidewalk plan for the entire site that we're comfortable with. That's been raised by people. It includes looking at this dog park location. And then to Member Agnew's concerns, it includes a wind study, and it includes adding more EV wiring capacity for future electrification. So with the resolution and those existing restrictions, plus adding, I think I captured all these elements that my colleagues were talking about. Yeah.
Yeah, I was just going to say, there's been a lot of changes discussed, and if you could just, if there's any conditions as far as changes you want to see between what you're being presented with tonight and what you'd like to see at final, if you could articulate those conditions as specifically as possible.
I think some of them are embodied in the proposed resolution for approval.
Correct.
But I would again tell you that, as I made notations here, excuse me, when my colleagues were speaking, it would be subject to approval of a landscape plan that's satisfactory to staff and council at final, including location of the 9-Mile Creek Trail and the approval of a sidewalk plan for the entire site. Approval of an appropriate location for a dog park, a wind study, and a plan that would reflect the addition of more EV wiring. Do we want to put a percent in there? Or?
I'm thinking we just ask them to exceed the current.
The minimum, current minimum.
Yes.
At some level.
Yeah, I don't want to specify.
Okay. Did I miss anything from my colleagues? I'm going to turn to Member Risser in a minute. But
Is there any way we could say that the garages need to be created so that they can accommodate a 10-foot truck? I mean, the Northwest building only takes pickups and cargo vans. And I don't know if there's room for changing that. I look at this road and I do not understand how it's going to be able to serve all of these residences. And actually, each of these buildings should be able to accommodate larger trucks.
let's talk to the developer. I see that he was huddling with his team there momentarily. Mr. Brahma?
Mayor, Councilmember Rissler.
A little more volume on that microphone, please.
Testing, can you hear me?
Okay.
Okay. We hear the comment. If we can add size reasonably, we will. One of the issues that we actually ran into was building code height restrictions, and that kind of created some complexities with the height of the first floor. The other thing that I mentioned is a site issue that we can't necessarily fix. The elevation is the highest on the site where the north to south road comes in from the site from Lund's on the north side, and making sure that the stormwater grading, the inner flow of the parking ramps inside these buildings, and all work in concert with the maximum height allowed by building code created some creativity. If you start getting into the details of these buildings, some of them you actually have some internal ramping right as you come in. So we're balancing a lot of factors and still trying to meet building code. With those caveats set aside, we are happy to take another look at it, and if we can add any height, we will.
Risser?
I think we should add that to the list.
That falls into the realm of if possible. You comfortable with that?
I don't think it's going to change my vote.
I don't think we
but
can mandate it.
I know we probably can't mandate it, but at least it'll be something.
We'll review that, and then if nothing else, then I think you could think about how to manage your on-street parking for deliveries, for people moving in and out, so that that's coordinated more effectively. But we'll look at this garage height issue. Okay? Yep, come up here to the microphone and tell me affirmatively, not just nod your head.
Mayor, I recognize the comment about further studying the first floor height of all the buildings. We will do that and follow up with our next revised plan. Before we get to final, parallel parking, we'll do some additional study and have additional follow-up on that as well. The north to south road, the parallel parking there. As a side note, we're going to be changing the parking on the north side of the northwest building. Actually, I guess that's a question. I don't know if we got clear direction. That could be a requirement.
I think changing diagonal parking to parallel parking is what we want to have in there as a condition too, on the north side.
Yeah, I think so.
We're comfortable with that.
I think it's safer.
Yep, and we can evaluate that in connection with the overall strategy for pickup and drop off. Maybe that's a overflow area in the event that the north to south road's being overwhelmed. We can mark that off as well.
Okay. All right, did I capture everything? Well, so then with those additional conditions attached, is there a motion to approve Resolution 2024-40, which would approve a preliminary rezoning overall development plan, preliminary site plan variances and subdivision for 7235 France Avenue?
So moved.
Second.
Member Agnew moves, Member Pierce seconds the adoption of Resolution 2024-40 with the attached conditions that this council has set forth, that Mr. Lewis has captured, I think, well, and should be in the record. All right. Further discussion? All those in favor of adoption of Resolution 2024-40 as articulated with the conditions added, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
Nay.
Carried. The Resolution 2024-40 with attached conditions, new conditions is approved. All right. We'll see you at final.
Thank you.
All right. Thanks, folks, for coming this evening. And now the next matter we have is pedestrian crossing policy review. Andrew Scipione, our transportation planner, and Commissioner Chris Brown are with us this evening to discuss this recommendation. Mr. Brown, thanks for your tenacity tonight, Commissioner. Yeah, it's been a full night for you too. You're like a council member tonight.
Thank you, Mayor, members of council. This report here, this is an initiative on the Transportation Commission's work plan from last year. And so Vice Chair Chris Brown is here, he led this initiative, so he's here to present his findings. And then I'll touch on the staff recommendation toward the end. So I'll pass it on to Chris.
Thanks, Andrew. Good evening, Mr. Mayor and council members. Appreciate the time. I know following a blockbuster discussion here, but nevertheless an important topic on pedestrian crossing safety. We hear this often in community comments and through community communications on the concerns of pedestrian crossing safety, very often in desires from our crosswalks. And so that's where this work plan item came about, was to look at the existing city policy, how that may or may not support the build out of pedestrian crosswalks, opportunities from research nationwide and how we can improve that. And so we have a couple recommendations from the commission that have been put forward for consideration and discussion tonight. Just to ground us here, this is from the Minnesota Department of Transportation. So vulnerable roadway safety is paramount, as the slide says, to improve transportation network for all users. Vulnerable roadway users are defined as non-motorists, those walking, rolling, or biking. And so as you can see, just by the statistic, 1 in 50 people driving are involved in a crash result in death or serious injury. It's 1 in 5, obviously, for those walking, rolling, and biking, who are inherently inherently much more vulnerable and fragile as they travel throughout the roadway network. And so trying to minimize this through our built environment is really, first and foremost, really important for us to consider as a community, especially as walking, rolling, and biking becomes ever more popular. We're talking a lot about the Edina Promenade, connections to that. Throughout our community as well, to parks, schools, and other locations, this is becoming ever more important. So this is just backing up what I was saying before about our requests. And so as you can see from 2019 to 2023, and this is pedestrian safety, I will say of those pedestrian safety requests, a majority anecdotally are desires for crosswalks or enhanced signage or an RFB, rectangular rapid flashing beacon. And so as you can see here, we're jumping up, from 35 to 52 over the last 5 years. That's been, increasing year over year, and so it's only becoming a more important issue, which the commission recognized, and that was again one reason as to why we had this work plan item. And so just a little bit of grounding here. So the research we performed, so we did some, again, nationwide research on best practices and guidance from state and federal resources. Reviewed local crosswalk policies from around the country, including here nearby in Dakota County, but also from Washington and Colorado State. And then also looked at some other communities here in Lakeville, as well as on the West Coast, that are also doing a more proactive approach to implementing pedestrian crossing improvements. And so looking at Edina's existing policy and comparing it to national research, some key items here that we really wanted to recommend for staff to consider as they move forward in updating the policy as a part of the SS4A action plan potentially is, it is largely following with its matrix and process and guidance, but best practices and guidance have changed quite a bit since 2018. And so first and foremost, there needs to be consideration of just improving the infrastructure, the suite of infrastructure improvements and opportunities. RFBs are becoming ever more popular. There's one right by my house here in Edina, which I always appreciate to get over to Cornelia. And so the current policy is quite conservative. I do understand, obviously we can't have an RFB in every corner, but I think we could be a little bit more opportunistic in where we put our RFBs instead of as conservative as we're today with our existing policy. We also rely upon arbitrary volume thresholds, and so as a commission, we routinely grapple with community members coming in, having traffic volumes collected. There's 19 pedestrians in the hour instead of 20, and so staff recommends that the crosswalk cannot be implemented because at one point in time during that one day, during that 1 week, there was one less pedestrian or bicyclist crossing there. And so we continue to grapple with that because that story is tough to document and talk about when community members who live there, cross there every day, see safety issues, have concerns. And so, we've, through our research, have seen other communities, Denver, Colorado, Boulder, locally here in Dakota County, adopting guidance and policy that also looks at other opportunities beyond just demand, because we really shouldn't be putting it back on the community to tell them that they need to continue to cross at this location to access a park, a school, or other destination, and take those risks and then get up to that volume threshold to finally make improvements. That chicken and the egg is a continued barrier to improvements, and so other communities are looking at it more qualitatively. Is it near a bus stop? Is it near a park? Does it have a documented safety issue beyond just those volume thresholds? We also here in Edina just don't have quite as comprehensive of a process for considering kind of that holistic viewpoint of not only focusing in on just the crosswalk markings themselves, but also considering other what we call transportation engineering, those geometric changes. And so can we narrow the roadway? Can we add curb extensions to really improve these locations beyond the bare minimum of just marking a crosswalk and adding signage? The other recommendation that came out of this work plan process was recognizing that we are, in many communities, are very reactive in implementing these improvements inherently, understanding staff workloads and the cost and opportunity to do this. But there are locations such as Lakeville here locally that have developed a quantitative process that is looking at all of the data you can look at from safety and demand and destinations, marrying that into some mapping and quantitative analysis and actually identifying key locations and building that into their CIP process, into a longer-term vision for grant applications and funding and having that planning process implemented instead of proactively instead of reactively. There's opportunity this year in Edina. We recognize that through Andrew's work and others of the city, there is a prioritization process for PACS funding already. So there might not be, we might not be starting from step one here, but actually being able to leverage existing processes and building off of those. And also just wanting to highlight too the opportunity to hopefully start to implement, they're called quick build, demonstration projects. There's a variety of examples locally here. This is in Richfield, just next door, near a school on 70th Street. This was a demonstration project for safe routes to school. And it's just demonstrating that when we hear community comment and desires to see improvements, you know, often these improvements take many years because there's funding, there's engineering, and there's other, you know, planning processes that need to be completed before something can go on the ground. Having an opportunity and understanding that there is a maintenance component to this, there's a staffing component to this, but communities, you know, around us in Minneapolis, Richfield, and others have started to implement these quick build improvements to show, you know, the community that safety can be achieved in a few months or a year as opposed to 5 years. And these are meant to be temporary, but nevertheless, there are opportunities. This one also is demonstrating the Minnesota Department of Transportation on Olson Memorial Highway in North Minneapolis. They just implemented this in the last year and actually intend to have these up for 5 years, which is longer than I've seen typically, but nevertheless, I think more and more agencies are recognizing that having these posts and paint and other opportunities to narrow the roadway or add in improvements on, in the short term is really important for the community's benefit instead of waiting another 2, 3, 5 years to see improvements. And so with that, I will hand it over to Andrew, but appreciate the opportunity to describe his work plan and welcome any questions.
A nice presentation, Commissioner. Thank you.
So because this initiative, the council charge for it was a review and recommend, we're required to provide a staff recommendation along with it. So as Chris mentioned in his report, you know, this idea to improve pedestrian safety complements a lot of strategic plans and objectives we have, including the comp plan, living streets, active routes to school plan, and the climate action plan. At this time, the city has received a $200,000 grant to develop a safety action plan. Actually, an item on the consent agenda tonight was an approval of a grant agreement that'll allow us to proceed with developing that plan. So as part of that plan, we'll look at many of these existing policies or plans and kind of put together a more cohesive safety mobility plan for the city. So at this time, what staff is recommending is that as part of that work, we include reviewing this existing policy as part of developing what we're calling a safe and equitable mobility action plan, or a CMAP.
So when I read your recommended motion, I see it as a motion to include a review of the pedestrian crossing policy with upcoming safety and equitable mobility action plan development. Does that capture what you would like to have us do?
Yes, that is correct. And that work we're hoping to have completed by the end of next year.
And Commissioner Brown, that's consistent with the Edina Transportation Commission's view?
Yeah, I think it's consistent, and updating the policy was really first and foremost most paramount to us, so we definitely support that. And I think the opportunities to expand upon that, again, through that some sort of proactive approach to identifying crossings and other opportunities could be either built into this plan or considered in future work plans for staff or the commission to explore.
We're in the nub of something really important here, I think, because we've, you know, as we've seen an increase in non-motorized movements, there has not been an enhanced safety traveling companion along with that activity. And so we've been seeing more bicycle deaths. And I think to get ahead of this, like the commission is thinking about with good staff guidance is really a great idea. Commissioner Risser Member Risser had a...
I was thinking about pulling that consent agenda item just to feature it and to say congratulations on getting the grant. So that's really good to see.
Thank you. Yeah, we're really grateful for the opportunity and excited to finally get to work developing the plan.
Commissioner Risser, Member Risser, would you care to move the inclusion of a review of the pedestrian crossing policy with upcoming safety and equitable mobility action plan development? Second?
Second.
Jackson seconds. Member Risser's motion to approve the staff recommendation to include a review of the pedestrian crossing policy with upcoming safety and equitable mobility action plan development that the Edina Transportation Commission will be engaged in. Any further discussion? All those in favor of adoption of the motion as stated, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Carried. Motion's approved. Yeah.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much for that good presentation.
Yeah, appreciate it.
Ready, anytime you are. I was just going to.
Usually you
I was just
introduce.
standing up in anticipation of a really great performance.
Yeah, I'm ready. I'm rested for an earlier this
All right,
evening.
let's see these bridges that I
Yeah.
think look a lot better than what the first round was.
Thank you, Mayor. Usually you do a nice introduction, so I was just waiting for that. So hopefully tonight we can get some direction. I can get some direction on an architectural concept on the Roslyn Park pedestrian bridge. I've been preaching to you about we've been talking about this for 2 years. It's been hit over 2.5 years ago was the first hit. We have money that's appropriated to this, $6 million. The $3 million from MnDOT is actually appropriated in fiscal year 25, which is July 1st, 2024 to July 2025. They would prefer if we could spend that money in that year. I think we're going to have to request a move, and that might actually move it 2 years. They're struggling with the 26 budget stuff. So the sooner we can get some direction and actually start hard final design, the better. The questions came up as function versus form. We asked 4 firms to potentially respond to our request for proposals. Everything you see tonight is alphabetical. So BKV, Next out of Amsterdam, Snow Krellick, and then SOM, who declined to propose on this project. They just felt it didn't meet what they were looking for. We did conduct a pre-submittal meeting with these 3 firms. They asked questions. We got everybody on the same page, and we were very comfortable before they submitted that they understood the project. They got all the documents that we had done prior to this point, and you can see the differences in their responses. So in your packet tonight was the full, about 10 pages each for each of their proposals with 3 very nice graphics. So I'm just going to run through those and then see what council has for comments. And Councilmember Jackson, I have your pictures too when we're ready to present those. So we shared with them this switchback option that we just felt fits best with the needs on the north side, and then also the park scheduling and programming on the south side, where we really want the bikes to come down on that frontage road versus the actual trail in Lake Cornelia. So we shared this, we shared the matrix, we shared all the work to date with them, and some responded differently based on this. So again, alphabetical, I'll start with BKV. This was their layout, so they really took the switchback option to heart. You can see on this is in their proposal. And then the 3 different graphics. So this is a southwest view towards Roslyn Park in the background. So you're standing on the north side. They have, it appears to be lighted features along the ramps here, and then the bridge. This is a picture of looking from the park, looking to the northeast towards the neighborhood, towards the highway. So you're standing on the edge of the tennis courts, pickleball courts. That's this view, again, of the ramp. You can see they did some things with some lights and different features along the bridge. And then the final graphic they provided was you're down at the highway level looking to the east. As the sun's coming up, this was the bridge option there going across, spanning the highway and spanning the frontage road. So those were the 3 graphics provided by BKV. Next, architects out of Amsterdam, they gave a little more liberties to our parks facility there on the south where they thought that should connect. So a lot more expansion into the park, which our Parks Department is concerned about. They kind of created 2 separate uses here. The one on the left has stairs, and the one on the right, again, ties into those ramps on and off. Here they do connect to that trail along the Lake Cornelia pathway. That's just mixing the bikes and the peds right there at that connection point, something of your consideration here later tonight. And they did more of this kind of bridge. So this is, if you're looking westbound on Highway 62, on the right-hand side is that noise wall that we anticipate coming from MnDOT. On the left-hand side is how it touches down into the park. This is a view again, the northwest view. So it's Roslyn Park looking towards the north. There's that noise wall in the background. And here's where they separated, and really the landing point changed quite a bit within the park, and our parks group has some concerns. Our structural team has some concerns whether this one meets the budget or not with this big feature going over the highway, so that's just of note. And then here's one more view, kind of more at the pedestrian level, looking south towards Roslyn Park. So if you were on the north side of the highway looking back towards the park, the tennis courts would be in the background on the right-hand side behind those trees. And then our final submission was Snow Krellick. Their layout, again, stayed with the switchback options. On the left, or the upper left, is the north side of the road, and near that number 4 is in the park, and they did a little different with the switchback on the south side, where they just built up soils and created a little different way to build that switchback within the park, around and near some of those existing oak trees. This is their view of eastbound Highway 62, more of a wood texture for the ramps and the bridge over the highway. They again stayed with that steel structure contained in there over all of 62 and the south frontage road. Here's where they did a little bit of difference of that switchback by building up soil in a berm area to build less of a structure on the south side and more of opportunities for landscaping enhancements within the park. And they showed some seating areas along that walkway. But this is a view from the northwest view, looking back towards the highway, back towards the neighborhood. And this was from the overlook that they had kind of planned on the as you just get over the highway on the south side near the park, where you can overlook the pickleball courts and the tennis court in the park area. This is more of that user view. And there you can see as you started to get over the highway, the height got higher because there's requirements over the highway for heights of railings and stuff like that. So those were the 3 options that were submitted, and I would seek any kind of approval on one of these of preference, or if you want to eliminate one of them, or looking for next steps to continue to move this project forward. I can stand for any questions.
Member Jackson's got some questions and maybe comments.
Yes, thanks, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, if you don't mind bringing up those pictures, I thought it would be helpful to sort of get a feel of what Edina's bridges look like now. So we went out and took some pictures. This is the one by the community center with the circle ramps.
And this one's owned by MnDOT, correct?
It's owned by MnDOT. This is the 9 Mile Creek Trail over Highway 100 down on Metro Boulevard.
Yep, this is a Three Rivers Park facility.
Three Rivers Park, yeah, thank you.
6-8 years ago.
Mm-hmm. This is the Skyway by the hospital, by Fairview Hospital, going to the parking ramp. So it's a bridge and a skyway, but I thought it was beautiful, so we'd take a picture. And then this is the Minnehaha Creek Bridge. So just to sort of get a sense of what we already have, and so what goes with it. Yeah, this was the best picture with it. It's the one that I popped up into.
This is Wooddale Avenue.
Wooddale, yes, yep. Wooddale Bridge, the WPA
you look
Bridge.
Good there.
Well, thank you. It's a beautiful day. So anyways, it's just to sort of ground us in what we already have as we make our decisions.
Member Agnew?
So let's pretend or imagine that we're going to select one of these to move forward with. Walk us through then next steps, what that looks like, what the back and forth would be, how we start to think about financing, costs, all of that. Like, what is the process if we were to align on one direction tonight until completion?
Yeah, great question. Thanks, Member Agnew. If we got direction tonight, since we're off tomorrow, Thursday, I'd be contacting Broad Intertech. We need soil boring, so whichever one you selected, we'd be working with our structural consultant to determine exactly where those borings go. Some have to happen on the highway, so there's a lead-up time that we need to do. But then it's working with whatever architect and Bolton and Mink and putting together a scope of work that they could offer their consultation to make sure that this bridge is designed to what the concept that you just would potentially approve this evening. So then we'd come back to you with a scope of work just with the architect. We'd also come back with another scope of work with Bolton and Mink because they have only had preliminary design at this point. We were holding a final design until we knew what the next steps are. So 3 more contract approvals. Typically we can start work ahead of that and just get going on it and start those conversations. And then from there, if we start design and say, you know what, we just can't do this, then we would come back to council and say, we can't do this, but these are the options, and the architect thinks it still meets the intent of their concept.
Okay, thank you. just kind of curious if there is any opportunity for potentially more back and forth of like if we like different elements or if we like some things but not everything, or are these kind of the concepts that we have to move forward with?
I think that's up to the council this evening. I would prefer you pick one or have some general direction to go. The longer we talk about it, the longer and more delayed. We got some strings on the GO bonds for late 26, early 27, or we're going to lose the money. So it's up to the council on the direction you want to provide me tonight if there's not one concept that you prefer.
But to member Agnew's point, I would like to understand better how they each function. So if you would go back to the, like what I see on the two of them, both the BKV and the snow acrylic, they're both a shared bridge.
Correct.
There's no separation.
No separation.
And on the next, the Amsterdam company, there is separation, but there's a common joining point, but they've got stairs where nobody else has stairs. Is that right?
That's right, but during all the conversations, and in my mind, we always wanted options for stairs also. So if you would approve one, I'd be talking about how can we add stairs to this concept on the corners of the bridge within their concept. Because stairs has always been discussed that people wanted to go straight up and over versus going, if you're physically able. People are always concerned about the length of these ramps going back and forth. So in my mind, there was always discussion about adding stairs to this facility to create a shorter route.
So when you sent out these RFPs, requests for proposals, did you tell them what our budget was?
Yep, $6 million.
So when you and I were on the call with the expert up in Calgary that had been building pedestrian bridges for 20 years, what sticks in my head is, as much as I think the guys from Amsterdam know exactly what they're doing, because, that's probably the bike capital of the world and pedestrian movements, we were told by the guy in Calgary, as I recall, that once you get into the arch and the wiring, it doubles the cost.
Correct.
And you're going to probably not be at 6 million, but you're going to be at 10, 12 million bucks.
And that's what our structural consultant said too when he reviewed these. He was concerned about the cable stay arch, the not meeting our budget.
They're not meet our budget?
Yep.
Yeah, but for some reason they made a submission.
Correct.
Knowing what our budget was.
Yes.
Yeah,
we were
so
very clear on the budget.
I'd be curious why they think it would meet the budget. But there are elements, to member Agnew's point, for me, there are elements of at least 2 out of 3 of these, the next and the BKV that I like. But I just think it'd be worthwhile having a conversation about it. So, Member Jackson, maybe you weren't even done with your comments before.
No, I have
you
a
walked us through all
question.
the bridges.
Yeah, I just wanted to ground us in where we are. But if you could show the picture of the snow acrylic that shows the whole thing. Yeah. That one? No, not that one. Go back one. This one. So one of the questions I had in looking at this rendering, this is looking westbound?
This is eastbound 62.
Eastbound.
Yep. So the park is on your right-hand side, and on the left-hand side would be the neighborhood and Rose Court.
So am I correct in seeing that the fencing goes up fairly high on the entire switchback? I think that one of the neighborhood's concerns is privacy, and it looks like that has a little bit of screening then, so people look out, they may not see into people's bedrooms then. Am I looking at that correctly?
Yes. There was comments from the neighborhood. They were concerned. I don't think any of the switchback options is looking right into a home. But yes, we can provide higher screening or higher, in this case, a wood lath versus the more colored one that BKV had.
Okay, great, thank you.
And there's still a noise wall that's going to cover, remember the renderings? Most of that whole north side, the noise wall is going to cover that privacy issue.
We talked about, before form and function. All 3 of these things, I think, do both. And so I'm eager to have my colleagues discuss their thoughts on it too. Member Pierce.
No, thanks, Mr. Mayor. I honestly, I'm not sure how we're going to give you feedback that you can actually use. So I hope we go through this process and you get what you need. I thought about this in perhaps a little differently. And so I had a couple of things I said we should not do. And so I don't think we should do lots of lights on the bridge, especially on the neighborhood side. And so if any of these have bright, colorful lights, I think we should make sure that we don't have lighting that's intrusive to the neighbors. And to me, that has nothing to do with the wall, but more with the treatment of how they provide lighting for safety, those kinds of things.
Sure.
So I thought about that as a requirement. Then the second one I thought was that we should try to have treatments once you get through the switchback that kind of blend in with the surroundings. I can't think of any better way to say that, but like the snow acrylic one does that. On the Roslyn side, you got the switchback, and then they have that little treatment that is in the park, I think.
Yep.
And so on the side of the neighborhood, I don't know if there's something similar because they didn't really have that, a view of that. But same kind of idea, something that kind of on the ends of the switchback, it doesn't kind of look like a bridge, right, to a certain extent.
Yep.
So that was the second thing that I thought about. And then, so when I look at all of these, I liked the snow acrylic one. I didn't like the first one, which was the BK one. Yeah, BKB one. And not for that location. Maybe if it had the panels just going over 62 or something like that, maybe that would be different. And then I didn't like, what was the middle one? Next. I didn't like Next because it was beautiful. And I love the overview of the separation. I love that. But then that huge arch, I don't think that fits on 62. It just feels like it might be kind of out of place there. And then just the other comment I had on snow acrylic, I hadn't thought about having a outlook or an overlook. Yep. So I kind of like that idea. With some of the other bridges, we talked about having a way that if you're going over and you want to stop and kind of rest, you could do that. So,
sure.
Yeah.
Mr. Mayor, Councilmember Pierce asked what kind of feedback we were looking for tonight. That's exactly the feedback that we want tonight. You know, my favorite is this, my least favorite is that, because we do have, you know, every project process has some slack built into the timeline, but we're burning all of our slack before we even get started. So we really want to move this design process ahead.
Yeah, if there's a preference because of those features, with all members of this concept, yeah, we can tweak this one and work with this architect to tweak this to, I think, other points that were already made. So
I like the snow acrylic one.
Member Risser's ready
And
to
this is going to be somewhat easy because I completely agree with Member Pierce. And I had, when I looked at the BKV one and saw the color, the elements that kind of slope away from the bridge, and then the way the supports are, it really did not seem like that was a good way to go. It raised several concerns in my mind. Similarly, the next one with that arch, it almost seems like it's a cliche. It's not anything new. It'd be different, but what does that do for us? And I hear the park and rec people are concerned about the way it lands. I do think, I do like having these elements on the Roslyn Park side. I don't know if, we need to consult with the neighbors and find out how they would like the bridge to end in that residential area. Because I'm not sure they would necessarily want a similar kind of handling on the residential side.
I think we'd be really tight on space over there.
Okay.
So
yeah.
if the council chooses, we could look at it. I've always heard from, how can we hide this big ugly ramp?
And I'm
so
thinking
if we
that,
can hide it
yeah.
this way, then I think maybe it would go to those neighborhood comments. We heard
Yeah,
earlier.
I think it would be best to keep it minimal on that side.
I think the neighbors, as I recall, would like it to land where it does now, so that it has some continuity to the path.
Correct.
The trail that comes in there, the trailhead.
Yep. And that was always the plan to
Yeah.
connect there.
And then you could just put a set of stairs off the corner of this thing, too.
Yep.
Is it wood or is it metal that looks like wood?
I think according to the proposal, it's a wood laminate type feature, but we would review that for maintenance, long-term maintenance in the elements and stuff, and work it, see if they've used this on a different project. They've done a lot of different projects, so.
Right, because maintenance and graffiti and all that
Yep,
good
that's
stuff.
something we would work with them and then provide that feedback to the
Are
council.
there any concerns that you haven't shared with us yet about any of these designs?
Designs, it'll work.
Okay.
We had a couple comments on the seating areas. Is that going to work from snow plowing? What happens with skateboarders? That normal kind of stuff when you build features. But you heard a lot about features this evening on a different site, and we'll make sure all those things are addressed as we do this final design. It was the next one with the budget that I was concerned about, that I just don't think that's going to be close to the budget.
Okay.
So, yeah.
Do we have access to the material that they would use, that we could see
We could
it?
get that. Again, if this is the preference, we could bring that back. If there's any tweaks, we could look at that north side, see how it fits, and we can come back at a 30% design and say, this is what we learned for the touchdown in the north, how we're going to address some of those user concerns, maybe with the benches, and then also lighting. We'll talk about the pedestrian level lighting that we're proposing, and then bring a material back here at maybe that 30% design, if this is the preference.
Jackson, what are you thinking?
Well, I think all three are beautiful, but the snow acrylic seems to fit our needs the most, especially if there's that little added privacy on the neighborhood side. I liked that.
And then we can come back with that at 30% design.
Great.
Bragg?
I really like Next. It feels iconic and it feels beautiful, and maybe it's a little out of scale, and maybe it wouldn't need to be quite as high, but I think it's beautiful. I get, though, that I hear the words you're saying of it being out of the budget, but also they proposed it. And so I'm curious, if there is something we don't know, and if we could get something that beautiful within the budget, is that possible? But hearing what you're saying and assuming it's not, I would then go with the snow acrylic. I would rule out the BKV. I think lighting, we can always, those would be adjustable. For me, it is kind of what I think, member Risser, you were saying, is it's sticking out and just kind of make me nervous walking across. I wasn't excited by it either. With snow acrylic, I think a lot of the things that member Pierce was saying of it fits in, this is a beautiful image here. I'm just not I would want to see the material like everyone else. It's hard to visualize in real life, but I would like the next one because it's iconic.
Clear on material, if it needs to be a different material from your point of view for durability and maintenance, I think there's no reason to commit to it has to be laminated wood. It could be a metal that was that color.
And we'd bring that back to the council. We wouldn't, if it was something that looked like this, and we would note and tell you how we changed it. But as long as we got direction on this is the general theme, then we could come back at 30% with all those details that I've heard questions on this evening. So,
Yeah, well, we got, I guess I would like to, I love the next one. I just feel like they know what they're doing. It has a beautiful elegance to it, and it's so simple. And then you've got that shared center, and it lands so gracefully in the park, and it lands right on the trailhead on the neighbor side with that extension to accomplish the ADA requirements. But I do worry about the cost relative to the budget, so I'm kind of curious as to why they think this meets the budget. So I almost think it'd be worth checking with them. But as a backup, I'm okay with what my colleagues think. And I think I hear the same thing from Member Agnew. But I do. If you're asking for preferences, I like relying on the people who build pedestrian bridges all the time, and that's the Dutch.
Okay. I think we got some direction here.
Thank you.
Appreciate that.
Okay. Yeah, I guess it was sort of helpful, huh? You got a 3-2.
Thank you.
Okay, well, that takes us to, I don't think we got any commission correspondence that's rolled in since we sat down. Manager comments, we got potential approval of your, did I miss something? No. Oh, he's got enough guidance, I guess. He was looking for a motion, but I think he got enough guidance. City manager performance goals and review process for 2024.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This item comes out of the recent work session that we had where we reviewed the previous draft of performance goals. I reformatted this in a different format, interestingly, a format that we used early in my career here. Had some one-on-one discussion with Councilmember Pierce to kind of put it in final format. I took input from several council members to make sure that it looks the way you'd like it to look, and I'm working on the things that you want me to work on, and that has brought us to tonight. Where I'm asking you to approve this proposal. And if you do, we'll also kind of move forward with an RFP process to evaluate consulting partners to help facilitate this year's review later this year.
Member Agnew?
Thank you. And thank you for putting it into this format. I do like seeing these goals, and I just want to reiterate as well, right? We've had a couple of conversations about this, and we very specifically ask to see the goals in this format, or to see goals specifically. And I like how it took the idea of goals and then added in some of those measurables and the considerations. There is one addition that I would like to recommend to the rest of the council. One of the components that I wanted to see is one of these themes that we've spoken about a couple of times of how are we as a council, but also Manager Neal and staff as a whole, working to build trust with our members of our community. And remembering that in every interaction, you're either, adding to the trust, or we are potentially doing things that are harming the trust. And so I would recommend that under Section 8, leadership, there's the first goal that states the city manager sets the tone for interactions that residents experience with staff. Find ways to ensure that residents receive clear and accurate information when they raise concerns. Clear and accurate information, yes, is important and maybe the bare minimum. I want to evolve this to focus more on that building of the trust. And so I would suggest that we do find ways to ensure that interactions with residents build trust and that they receive clear and accurate information as just a potential edit for this. Thank you.
I really like that edit. Manager Neal, how do you feel about that?
Councilmember Agnew and I talked about this prior to the work session tonight. I'm supportive of that. Yeah.
So that would go in under considerations? Is that what you're thinking, Member Agnew?
I was thinking of augmenting the goal directly. for
Oh, okay.
8 leadership bullet number 1.
Okay, yeah, I'm with you. So it's just a slight word addition there with the element of trust. Okay. Manager Neal, you can modify that?
Yes.
Okay. Everybody else comfortable with it? I think it gets us to the point where we were at a few years ago where we were using this kind of a format. It's an interesting format too. Member Pierce.
The only question I have is with the agenda item itself. So these are the performance goals, and then we're not actually talking about the review process tonight, are we?
What I'm suggesting is that if you approve this, this tool and these goals, that the next step would be for staff, a team of staff and electeds to do a request for proposals to find a facilitator to help.
Okay. Got it. Okay. Thanks.
Yes, Member Jackson.
Yes, thank you. So when I read this, it read like a job description, and I like that a lot. So it's like, I just wanted to ask you, Manager Neal, that this encompasses all the different hats that you have to wear, that we've captured your whole scope.
I think so.
Okay, good, thank you.
So is there a motion to approve the city manager 2024 performance goals and review process with the modification of the first part of section 8 to include the concept of trust?
So moved.
So moved.
Second.
All right. Member Agnew moves. Member Jackson seconds. The motion is stated. With respect to approval of the city manager's 2024 performance goals and review process as modified in section 8 with the word, adding the word trust. Any further discussion?
Yeah, I just want to say thank you to Member Pierce for working so much on this. I really appreciate it. And to Member Risser for raising the issue.
And to Manager Neal.
Thank you.
All right, we got a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All those in favor of the adoption of the motion as stated, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Carried. Motion's approved.
Thank you. The other item I have for tonight is just to let you know we have hired our new DEI manager. His name is Thomas Brooks, and if you are able to attend tomorrow night's Juneteenth event, he will be there, and you'll have a chance to meet him. If you're not, we have invited him to attend the July council meeting for a brief introduction. But we're happy to have him on staff. He started yesterday, and that's all I have. Thank you.
Member Risser, have you got anything for us this evening for the good of the order?
Just as I've been working on learning more about this whole process of manager evaluation, ICMA, which I don't know if we've talked about, but this is the International City County Management Association, is a really amazing organization, and it might be something that people would be interested in joining if they haven't joined it already. And so I wanted to raise it. And the other thing too is this feeling really good about this process being launched, and it does sort of feel like I'm going down a path that's new, and so this is helpful information, but it's really nice to know the process is underway. And that is all I have.
Member Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So last week, we attended the opening of the substation for the police at Southdale Mall. It was a really great event. I'm so excited. It's going to reduce response times and free up people to patrol the neighborhood more so that the crime at Southdale is addressed immediately. It's reduced shoplifting already, is my understanding, as well as response time. So I'm super excited about that. And I went out today and looked at 2 creeks that have been remandered, Minnehaha Creek in Arden Park and 9 Mile Creek along the 9 Mile Creek Trail. And they both looked like they're really working well to reduce flooding. I thought they would be over the banks, and everything was really looking great. So I wanted to acknowledge the work that was done on that.
Thank you. Member Pierce.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Just inviting people out tomorrow to Centennial Lakes for Juneteenth. And then that's Wednesday. Then Thursday, the not the fair, the farmer's market. Tomorrow, what time does tomorrow start? Is that 4? 4 to 9, 4 to 8? Thursday, yeah. I'm speaking at 6:50.
Yeah, 6 to 8.
I was told to be there at 5:45,
Yeah,
I think.
yeah, 6 to 8. And that's it.
So what was it, last Thursday, I think? There was a duck race at Arden Park. And I think last year I had seen pictures from it, and I was like, oh my gosh, there was a duck race? Like, how did I miss out on that? And so this year I was looking forward to it so much. And the ducks arrived when I was in Bethesda. And my husband texted me, he's like, why are there 2 ducks on our front yard? And I was like, don't ask questions you don't want answers to. And so then I forgot to decorate them. And I woke up that morning at 4:30, and I was like, oh my gosh, girls, we have to go decorate our ducks. And it was so much fun. And I got there. I have a 4.5-year-old and 3-year-old, and they absolutely loved it. And they got so into the ducks. But then I got there, and I was so jealous that I didn't decorate a duck and I was just like, next year I have to get myself a duck. And then Carolyn walks in, and she has 3 ducks. And so I think it was an amazing event. It was really fun. Saw the mayor there as well. And just want to thank the Edina Community Foundation for putting that on. Great event and a great way to bring my girls to a park they hadn't been to yet and just kind of engage in the community. So I want to celebrate that.
Great observation.
And congratulate Member Jackson on her win in the adult race.
Yeah, she won the duck race and for adults.
Yes.
Yeah, and then turned around and gave the winnings right back to the Community Foundation. So that was very generous. And then for tomorrow night, you didn't mention that you were the special speaker.
Right.
In all your humility, we'll announce that. People should be there tomorrow night because you're the special speaker.
So I will mention, so what we're doing tomorrow, our family is doing the remarks. So my wife will be there, my youngest daughter, my middle daughter. And so what we're gonna do, we have a compilation of letters that were written in 1865. And they're going to read a letter, which is a compilation of different letters, but the theme is one is from a slave owner, one is from an abolitionist, and then the other is from a freed slave. And so they're going to read them, and they're short letters, but they'll read them a paragraph at a time sequentially, so people can get a sense of how complicated things like the Emancipation Proclamation. There was no Juneteenth, but these letters that were used to do these compilations were from 2 years after the Emancipation Proclamation, when the last slaves in Galveston, Texas were notified. And so it's kind of I think it'll be a neat way to go through it. So come out to see us, I guess.
Yeah, well, and there's, for the kids, I would say there's free books about Juneteenth, and I'll be passing those out. I'll be passing out books. Yeah, so a lot of us will be out there, I'm sure. That's it for me as well. So we got a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Second.
Jackson moves, Member Agnew and Member Pierce tie on seconding. Getting out of here. All those in favor of adjournment say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Carried. We stand adjourned.